Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you the news. And yes, we have to deal with, it seems like some discriminatory behavior, or as some people would say, some downright racist behavior. And this will always go to the effect of when I've stated, and many others have stated, that no matter if a person has a black significant other or not, they can still inevitably be racist. Now, what you just so happen to see in front of you are, little stills and screenshots, video compilation of what the business decided to put together. So, what we're going to listen to is a white woman who went directly to the establishment and witnessed firsthand what specifically took place at said establishment. We got Ty directly in the building. He was like, "Yo, guess who's back? Back again. Shady's back. Tell a friend." Dun, dun, dun. But yeah, let's get directly into the video.
I went to the opening night of Zachary's Daiquiris with some friends on Friday night. And while we were sitting outside, we were having our second round of drinks, and there was a line that had started forming because they were opening the restaurant to the public at 8. And while we were sitting there enjoying our drinks, I was making an Instagram story, literally just about to say welcome to Charleston Zachary's Daiquiris to promote the restaurant because I was very excited about a new Charleston small business. The bouncer starts walking down the line and goes, "Hey guys, there is a new dress code as of right now." Okay? And she stops next to the one group of black men. Stops next to them, doesn't look at them, but stops next to them. That's where she makes the announcement. No Jordans, no ripped jeans, no athletic pants. Describing this group of men. Not no athletic shoes, not no sneakers, Jordans. And we were like, I mean, it felt like I was short-circuiting. The guys left. Obviously, they left the line. Half the line diminished with them not because they fit that description. We were like, what just happened? We look at each other. We're like, there's no way that we just witnessed that. But we're certainly not going to support a business. Absolutely not. So we left. As we were leaving, we passed the bouncer. And my husband said, "I just want you to know that half your tables and half your line just left because of what you did to those black men." She said it came from upper, it's just directions from upper management. We don't really care. You just need to know. And we left. We went to another restaurant, and we're all talking about it. We checked the reviews, and one of the men who was in that group made a review. So amazing. We said, great. I'm glad he spoke about his experience. We're going to make a review about our experience as well because this is unacceptable. On the car ride to that restaurant, I had sent an email to Zachary's Daiquiris requesting an explanation. I said, this was what we witnessed. Can you explain this? My husband Google review, can't find it. Even though it has been screenshotted and put in several Facebook groups, several Reddit pages, and referenced several times, they seem to have now 2 Google accounts. The Google account that the reviews were originally coming on, there was 24 on Saturday. That rating wasn't very high. Today there is 6, and now there's another Google account where there's 5 stars being flooded, including reviews that are talking about the dress code. There is nothing wrong with the dress code. There's plenty of bars that have a dress code. Standing next to a group of black men and saying no Jordans, ripped jeans, and athletic pants when that wasn't communicated, and that there are people inside who are not black, who are wearing athletic pants, ripped jeans, and athletic shoes. That's nonsense. And I think if somebody went and they had a wonderful experience, had wonderful drinks, and the people serving them were great, really nothing against those because we had good drinks and the people who served us were very nice. But that doesn't take away that it's also not hard for a business to, if this was not a representation of your culture, to see those reviews, address them, say, hey, this is not a representation of us. That is a horrible experience, and I'm so sorry that you endured. Here is our dress code, and we would love to have you back for a better one. Not hard. It's just not. So yeah, I was very much looking forward to this business. I was very excited about it, and now I will not be revisiting them. I will be telling, my community that I don't think that they deserve their hard-earned money, because I do not support places that treat others like that.
That's crazy. That is diabolical. Like I said before, when you have a white woman that gets directly on social media and has to tell you that you're racist, you messed up. That's the best way that I can sit up there and state it. I feel like that is the icing on the cake. The other piece of icing on that cake, right, is the fact that the woman who owns this restaurant is Iranian, and the man that she is married to and has kids with is, I'm going to say, very melanated, very darkly complected, right? So one of the things that were stated, as we were able to hear, going directly a little bit from an article, they said the staff responded that the directions came from management and that they were passing along the information. After heading to another restaurant, the woman in the video states that she found a review made by one of the black men who was turned away, which describes the firsthand account that the woman initially explained, that both the black man and the TikToker states that there were already white patrons in the establishment wearing all of the items that were suddenly prohibited. And again, this is not the first time that I've covered videos like this over the years, where it is that, you'll see a quick video or a snapshot of white patrons sitting directly at a bar, and they're wearing, some shorts or blue jeans with some Vans or whatever it is. But then when somebody black comes in with the exact same thing or something similar, they're automatically turned away and said that, oh no, that's against the dress code. You can't wear this, you can't wear that, all these other types of things. These are the things that normally happens to black people. And I want to state it like this: primarily, when you think about Jordans, you're thinking about the black community. There's not any other community out here where the term or the writing Jordans is, and bam, I'm thinking about somebody from, Quebec. Bam, I'm thinking about somebody from Japan. Bam, no. You're thinking about black Americans, right? Because we are the main ones that made Jordans popular. It wasn't any other group directly out here. It wasn't nobody from Africa. It wasn't nobody from Europe. It wasn't nobody from Asia, Australia, South America. Nobody else made those popular, right? So you automatically know the demographic of which they are pointing towards when they say no Jordans, right? And then when they say no ripped jeans, right? For a lot of, as they like to say, urban fashion, you would just so happen to find ripped jeans, right? Because that's, the type of thing that some people like to, wear. But oddly enough, that is a thing that is a no-go, right? Along with a few other things that were uh listed by her as well. And to me, that's crazy. 100% crazy, because if this was going to be the thing that you were, or how it is that you want your business to be represented, you should have automatically made this known as soon as the first brick was laid on that building, as soon as the sign went directly up, as soon as the electricity started going throughout that building. That should have been the main thing there. You don't just sit up there and decide that, oh, we're going to list this right now in front of these black guys who are here. That's crazy. That's 100% crazy. But what makes it even crazier, you got the response from the husband. And he stated this by way of the IG. He said, "This is the first and the last time that you'll hear from me on social media. I live in the real world and I deal with real people. I am native of Charleston, South Carolina, and I love this city. In the past few days, I've been asked to make a statement, apologize, and address outlandish allegations about my business on social media. Allegations that are not only entirely false, but extremely harmful and discriminatory. Our grand opening was this past weekend, and as you can see, it is full of happiness, celebration, and enjoyment. A wonderful time was had by all walks of life." Let me just make sure I got the picture directly up there, because this is what they're talking about here, where people were just enjoying themselves, and you got all walks of life, and so on and so on, right? All walks of life, ethnic backgrounds, and genders, simply here to have a good time. To be accused of racial profiling by a non-person of color, young TikToker is very 2025. For those who want to follow this organized propaganda that we are a quote whites only establishment, please kindly kiss my backside. Ooh, that's very businesslike. I like that. I am a person that has experienced racism and acts of discrimination firsthand. This is a real FU moment. What saddens me the most about seeing these untruthful posts is the irony of it. The deepest and most dangerous form of racism. What is worse is watching media platforms we know and used to respect at Eater and at Eater Carolinas feed into non-factual information for clicks, especially with them knowing how hard it is for restaurants and bars just to stay in business these days. To attempt to take a local business down over TikTok gossip is appalling, especially after going above and beyond for their journalists earlier in the week, accommodating all of their requests after saying how great everything was and sending them home with dinner for the family at ER Perkins. To the trolls, have fun, but I'll block your bleep if you want to say, or if what you're saying isn't true. And no, this isn't an apology because we did nothing wrong. We have a dress code and it's enforced after 8 p.m. If you don't like the way we do business, don't come. To all of our supporters and other media outlets and bloggers that don't jump to false bandwagon, we love you. To exploit issues that affect our people for your social media gain is BS. If you want to talk in real life, I'm not hard to find. I'll be at Zach's front door with the white Zach's hat on. Come say hi. Lamar. Like I said before, that's crazy. I get that you want to try to stand 10 toes down for your wife and your business, but how you decide to address outrage on social media is going to speak volumes. And again, you're a representation of this business. To go out on a limb and you want to start trying to cuss people out, nah. This ain't that type of gig. You're running a business. You're running an establishment. You're running a restaurant. And the craziest part is listening to Lamar and how it is that he wanted to come, directly at social media. He didn't address the fact of what the black men stated. So I'm a little bit confused, Lamar, on why it is that you wanted to talk around the situation. You wanted to, I faced racism before, I faced discrimination, and all this other type of stuff. You didn't want to say that the white woman called you out though, called out the establishment. You made sure not to sit up there and say that, but you wanted to make sure to let people know that you face racism and discrimination. Like I said, let it be directly out there. Right now, you yourself, Lamar, may not be that type of person or individual, but like I said before, your wife. And the main thing that I've tried to, state and tell people before is that if you are, let's say, either or Black American, or if you are a heavily melanated individual, right, Africa or whatever, right, just because you have a white or other significant other does not absolve them or erase the possibility of racism or some type of discriminatory types of practices or beliefs that they may have. Just because they have your mixed race child does not mean that, this mixed race child is there. By all means, they're not racist. They don't discriminate. They don't have issues with this, that, and the third. No. That doesn't mean that. That just means that is a very nice, beautiful shield that they have directly in front of them to deflect any and all things that people may want to sit up there and say. So again, instead of you, who's going through this racism and discrimination, instead of you trying to convey or explain or even go in depth about what the Black patrons did go through or face, it's crazy. And again, you're a business owner, you have part ownership or however it is that it works with you and your wife. Again, that's a bad look. And then you said that you're going to start blocking people on social media. You can block me. I don't care. I didn't even know what your restaurant is up until the story came up. And I'm pretty sure a lot of other people across the United States didn't know either. But guess what? Now you got publicity. And I guess you can start being, block happy. You can be the block captain, right? Block captain Lamar, and just, blocking all over the scene. And I guess you're not going to block the people that are going to just, suck up to you to get a free meal and all this other. Like I said, it's clown work out here. It's clown work. That makes no sense. Like I said, if you know in your business there is a problem or people had an issue, as a person that owns a business, you address that problem head on. Right? You don't sideline it. You don't try to throw other things directly into the mix. You don't move the goalpost. You address the problem head on. People have more respect if you address the problem, maybe, make a mistake here and there, but at least you did that, right? Other than just this. And then you got the nerve to try to put up a video showcasing a multi, faceted thing of people of all diverse backgrounds coming there and having fun. That don't mean nothing. As I stated before, if you have a dress code, let that dress code be the dress code from when y'all open to when you close. Don't decide that, oh, it's 8 p.m. Ha, black guys here. Guess what? No J's, no ripped jeans, no this, no that. We're not doing this. Oh, you got jogging. Can't do the jogging bands either. That's crazy. Have that dress code through the whole thing. Don't decide to sit up there and swap it up when you know that you're going to have people that are ready for, going to the club or whatever it is, and they want to stop by to maybe get something to eat and be like, got to turn you away. You can't be dressing black in this establishment at 8 p.m. We can't have that. That's crazy. That's crazy. But like I said, this is shout out to your Iranian wife. That's what y'all do. That's how y'all get down out there, right? Shout out to South Carolina. It's crazy out there. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Yo, what is up? Prince is in the building. Said I know two mixed people with full-blown 3K card carrying Caucasian mothers, and they're both messed up in the head. It be like that. But you can't tell people nothing. People gotta learn the hard way. But let's go to the next video.
Female and male go into a part. So if you have the female part, you go to the female side. If you have the male part,
so let me just preface this because it's going to be a lot of talking in a sense, and people are going to be like, "Yo, what is this about?" So in this video, you're going to have the something going on with people you're going to have a trans supporter. And you're going to have somebody themselves who is trans, right? So they decided to go directly to the spa, and I think these are activists, right? They decided to go to the spa. I said spa for whatever reason. They wanted to go to the spa, and they decided to cause an issue, right? Because you have the men's and the women's bathroom, and to try to give a little bit of context here, I'm trying to go back real quick. Give me a quick second here. I got to go back very quickly so I can get the snapshot. All right, there we go. So it said the person stated this online. They were like, to be clear, a man and a woman who identifies as trans men went into the men's section of the spa. Male patrons complained because a woman was in the men's side of the nude spa, right? So that is, in a sense, for all intents and purposes, the context. Right. So you got the patrons who are trans or trans supporters, and then you have the people who are managing the business and or the business owner explaining the rules and how it is that they go about things. So here we go.
You go by female and male go into a part. So if you have the female part, you go to the female side. If you have the male part, you go to the male part.
I'm not sure what you're meaning by parts.
As in like physical parts, as in like your genitals.
Yes.
If you have the woman genital still, you go to the woman side. And if you have the male genital, a penis, you go to the male side.
Well, what about women who have penises and men who have vaginas?
You go to that side.
Segregate them?
We still go based on genital parts.
So you would put a man in the women's room?
So they have the parts, yes.
That's not a man, though, necessarily.
We just go based off genitals, where you were with you're assigned with the male has the genital part.
If you put a man in the women's room, you're going to have huge problems. You can't do that.
We have transgender male. They feel totally, if they still have, we're going to talk how it is. If they still have their vagina, they go on the female side. they feel totally comfortable. Because we go based on what they have, the genital.
Yeah, but you have, I mean, if somebody is a man, they need to go in the men's room. Just full
If
stop.
they don't have genital parts, we cannot let them go in.
You can't say that somebody's not a man based on what their parts are. If they're licensed and what they have said they are a man, you can't say that they're not allowed to go in a particular room.
That's our policy. So
Is that
Where is that
where's that
written?
policy?
Because I've
It's
never
fully
actually
nude.
seen
Yeah,
that.
let's see
Yes.
that.
So you have genitalia written into your policy? Could I
No,
see
but
that,
it
please?
has to go. That's how we go based on.
That would need to be like in a policy for people
Yeah.
to be aware of that, because
So that's
I
what-
don't see that on your website. Is that written somewhere that genitalia is
it's
part of your
not
policy?
written, but we still go based off the gender and if their genital parts.
That's literally not how anybody defines men and women, especially in San Francisco.
Yes,
if a
but
man
that's
looks
how
like a
it's
man, or if they define themselves as a man,
Well, also
then they
if
go
they
in
are
the men's
legally
room.
a man.
And if they are legally a man, sure.
You
based
have a
on the
man on
parts
your
because-
driver's license?
So yeah, but we still go based on the parts. So if you have a female part, you go to the female side. If you have a male part, you go to the male side.
Okay. So, just so you're clear, that is anti-trans rhetoric. That is
That's the rule
discriminatory
that we're saying. You keep
anti-trans
recording
rhetoric.
and then put that, but that's what we go based on.
Okay, I'm just letting you know. That
Here we
is-
go with the dog
Next time
whistles.
when you guys record, you have to ask for my consent.
Not necessarily,
Yes,
no.
necessarily.
Go
Okay, and
for
we
it.
also have the right to refuse our service. So
It's
if
fine.
if
I
don't
would never
feel
come back here, and I
comfortable,
wouldn't
of
ever
course.
tell anyone trans to come here because you are spouting anti-trans rhetoric.
And I've been
That's just-
coming here for 20 years, and I've never heard of anything so ridiculous as somebody come in and ask a man who is in the
20
men's room
years.
whether or not they belong in there.
Our customers, a lot of customers are complaining, so we have to go.
Your customers, you should be educating them on what a man is and what a woman is, and it's none of their fucking business. If somebody says that they're a man and you've got a man that's in the men's room, then it's none of their business. They don't have a right to complain.
It's
You
about
also
the
don't have a
part.
right
What?
to judge people
No one
based
should.
on their.
We're
No,
just
listen.
saying
This
what
is
it is.
medical information.
What?
So just so you're clear, this
Brother.
conversation is starting now because he came up to me and asked me if I was transgender. So transgender status is a protected medical classification under HIPAA. So you don't actually have the right to go up to anyone and inquire if they
Okay,
are
but if we go
transgender.
inside
Furthermore,
and they-
there
Okay, so I wanted to do a little bit of digging directly on that to get a further understanding, because people want to bring up certain things in order to prove how right they are. Right. So it says, I'm not sure if you guys can see it. It says, while HIPAA does not explicitly name transgender as a protected class, it mandates the protection of patients' individuality, identifiable health information, including information related to their transgender status or transition, preventing its unauthorized disclosure, according to advocates like Advocates for Trans Equality. The Insurance Probability and Accountability Act, or HIPAA, protects patients' privacy when it comes to certain health information, including information related to a person's transgender status and transition. So again, all I'm getting from this is that it's dealing with the medical thing. We're dealing with a business, and the business is trying to make sure everything is everything. I'm not going to fault them or have an issue directly with that at all, because if a woman came out and stated that she has, matter of fact, I'm sorry, because I forgot, even though women over time during social media have come out and stated that they have problems with certain things, nothing was done. Right? Nothing was done. It gets a little bit better later on. Let's keep going. Just wanted to put that directly out there.
are
A
intersex
female
people.
part, that's what we say.
Furthermore, there are intersex people that scientifically, medically do not fall into a binary gender, and you cannot tell that by looking at them. So the only way you know a man and a woman is based on what someone tells you they are.
Well,
So-
a lot of customers came and told us they've seen that, so we have, as my job, women go this way, men go this way. And we go based on genitalia.
Okay, but just so we're clear, I am not a woman.
Okay, but
So
we're
You see the
I
model?
would never, ever, ever go
California
into a
says he's a
woman's
man. The
locker
state
room.
of California.
Okay, but we're going on the parts. So that's how we run our spa.
What you need to do is publish that policy, because it is not fair to accost customers when they are here at a store.
Cost.
You
What?
need to publish your policy on your website. So if you are going to segregate people by genitalia, you need to state that on your website. Does that make
You have
sense?
to be clear about who you want. And
Yeah,
who you
so
don't want.
if you have anti-trans rhetoric built into your policy, you need to state that so people are aware of that, right? You need to stand by your policy. You need to publish your policy. You can't just let people come here and be accosted by this bullshit.
Accosted.
Yeah, that was pretty rude.
So you need to publish that, right? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Say who you want, and then the people you want will be here. And that is not going to be me as a cis man in the men's room anymore either, because this is anti-transgender policy. It's
That
anti-transgender
terminology.
rhetoric. It's completely unacceptable in this day and age, and completely unacceptable in San Francisco. Really anywhere, but specifically here.
And specifically at this moment in time when transgender people are literally being eradicated
Okay.
out of legal existence, you guys
What?
should really be ashamed of yourselves.
This is shameful behavior.
Have a great night.
Now, I wanted y'all to realize the oh my god, there's a lot of stuff here. And then the sarcasm with the have a great night. The I want to let y'all know the reason that you heard that sarcasm was because those are people that feel like, hey, we just automatically got you and we got it filmed. So no matter what you sit up there and say, you're going to have to bend the knee to whatever it is that we just pointed out to you on film. That's all that was. That's where that sarcasm directly came from with the have a good night, right? So the other thing that is here, let me see if you guys can actually see this. It seems, because this is in, San Francisco, right? Because of the backlash that obviously happened, right? Because again, it's San Francisco, right? It says several dozen people showed up Monday to protest outside of Imperial Day Spa to demand that the city take action. Taped to the spa's window was a notice of inclusive new policy. Quote, guests may use facilities that correspond to their gender identity in accordance with California law, right? So there you go. They were able to win because they came directly there. And I promise you that chances are very great that they more than likely didn't even really use that spa like that. Anyways, it's probably fields of other spas that they just so happen to use where they have other trans people directly there, or it's way more quote unquote, as I like to say, inclusive and yada yada yada. Again, it's crazy work. Then you had, all of the words directly up there that they wanted to use, including the other guy that was like, yeah, as a cis man, I would never say. Calm down with that. That word is crazy. Like I said, at the end of the day, as a guy, I'm straight. That's it. There is no, I'm not doing this whole thing with like cis, and I'm not doing it. I do not subscribe to that. I'm so sorry, because again, the same people directly here that tells you like, oh, you don't brand me, you don't tell me what it is that I am. Whatever I tell you is whatever I tell you. You're not going to sit up there and tell me that you're going to label me as cis. I'm straight. That's all there is to it. Like I said, it takes a male, it takes me with a woman in order to create everybody else. That is a fact, bar none. Like I said, we have a gay population out here. That is great. Congratulations to you guys. You guys are out here successful and everything like that. But again, in order for that population to even exist, you had to have straight people to create all of this. Just saying. I'm just going to put that out there. Regardless on how it is that people just so happen to get mad, it is what it is. Those are directly the facts, no matter how it is that people want to rewrite or rechange or do all of these things, right? Because like I said, you got too many people that want to get into their feelings about this. The one person right there talking about that they're getting eradicated. Eradicated where? Exterminated where? Like, historically speaking, what are we talking about here? Like, I can sit up there and show you history when it deals with black people in the United States, right? I can show you a African Holocaust that took place, right? I can show you like the whitening that was taking place in South America by way of the various governments there that were bringing in an influx of Europeans in order to quote unquote whiten that continent, right? I can show you what extermination looks like. right? I can show you what people being moved into extinction looks like, right? So whatever that person is, whatever they were trying to state, I don't know historically what it is that they're talking about. Because again, black people in the United States have had towns and cities burned to the ground, asunder. We've had graves completely demolished and built, and people decided to build buildings on top of those disrespectfully. Like I said, this, I don't know what to tell people. I don't know what to tell people. But again, if people want to live their life a certain type of way, so be it. No problem with that. If you want to sit up there and be, trans or gay, whatever it is, go out there, be great. No problem with that. But don't try to force other people to, in a sense, see the same way that you see. Right? I can't sit up there and force everybody to sit up there and quote unquote love black people, right? That would be foolish. Everybody got the right to sit up there and love themselves and feel however it is that they want to, feel about themselves. Everybody got that right. Right. I'm not going to force everybody around this world to sit up there. You guys gotta love black Americans. You gotta see us as this, see us. That'd be crazy. Right. We can have a certain belief, we can have a certain feeling, but to try to enforce that and to try to stamp that down and try to make that something, that's a bit crazy. Right. But like I said, other people are able to do certain things out here. Some people got more power than others. As they used to sit up there and say, shout out to Kanye, no one man should have all that power. Right? Because at the end of the day, too much power corrupts. And we've seen that no matter what civilization has been out here. Right? Because there are really no checks and balances. So, hey, we'll see what will happen. How things basically work out. But like I said before, they came directly in there. They wanted to, have people bend the knee, and they won. Like I said, they got it. But at the end of the day, the main thing that I've always talked about is that if people in the United States who are a part of a certain community feel as though that they are looked down upon or treated a certain type of way, I told people, hey, take a trip to Tel Aviv. That is the gay mecca. That is the LGBT, probably even QIA plus community out of the whole world. And it's crazy to me to know that there's a place like this in the whole world where that exists, right? Where if somebody is gay or whatever it is that they claim to be, you can literally go there and you can just be out there. Right. You can dress however you want to, sit up there and dress, talk however it is that you want to talk, walk however it is that you want to walk, and ain't nobody going to sit up there and bother you. Even the police force is a part of the exact same demographic. So ain't nothing about to happen to you at all. All the businesses are directly for you. All the bathrooms directly for you. All the streets directly for you. Right. There's barely a place there that is not for you. But for whatever reason, a lot of people would rather try to change other places instead of going to a place that already exists where there's no need for a change because it's literally built for you. That's the thing that I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Like I said, it's crazy how I know about Tel Aviv, but when you talk to a lot of these people that always want to try to petition and they want to, go out here and picket and bring out the torches when it deals with these bathrooms in the United States and when it deals with all these other types of things, you ask them about Tel Aviv, they probably don't know nothing about that. Out of all the vacations that they've ever taken, they probably never even thought about taking a vacation there just to feel safe, just to be able to breathe, decompress. Right? Not to hear, quote unquote, as they like to say, all of the rhetoric. Right? It's crazy work. Crazy work. But, like I said, I try to educate people on a lot of different things. But anyways, let's continue. Oh, let me just preface this one as well too. So one of the main things that I've told for this next video here, one of the main things I informed and told people about before is about, Fiverr and Canva and different things like that. If you're a content creator or if, you want to just create some things, right? There are two, different things that you can use in order to be creative and also levy that creativity in order to monetize it, right? So you're going to listen to this teacher who is going to tell you how it is that she has her side hustle and how it is that a customer, a patron, was putting her through hoops and loops, right? And what the end result ended up being, right? So let's take a look.
On Fiverr, the website Fiverr, where you can like make a little extra money making things. I am a teacher and I don't make hardly like any money as a teacher. So I have my little side hustle on Fiverr. I design logos for people and it's all very simple. The things that I do on Canva, I bought Canva Pro and I make little logos for people and I
Canva
make
is
a
a
little
nice
extra
site.
money. That's all I do. Okay. But let me just tell you this woman and what she did to me. I have a gig that says I will design a farm. I will design an equine logo for your farm or ranch. So I'll design you a little logo with horses, farm stuff, ranch stuff with your name, whatever you want me to put on it. I will design it for you and I'll send you a JPEG file, a PNG transparent file, SVG file, and a PDF file. Simple. This woman contacts me. She's also from South Carolina. She is going to start a online auction called the Horse Hub, okay? And she wants a logo, and she specifically said she wanted the U in hub, sorry. She wanted the U in hub to be a horseshoe. So she picked the package that was $15, and it was supposed to only include one design concept. But she was nice. We were both from South Carolina. It took me no time at all. So I said, you know what? I'm going to make her 3 because she's so nice, blah, blah, blah. And so I sent her 3 concepts. She said, oh, these all are really simple. I could have made these myself. And you know what? I was like, word, okay? She said, I thought you were going to make me something more unique, more custom. I said, you know what? Word. Let me spice it up. I said, I apologize so much. I said, let me fix these for you. Do you want them more shaped, more customized in a way that you've seen something already that you like and you want me to, do like do you have any ideas of things you like? I can try to do something more like that if you think these are too basic. I was like, you know what? You clock my T. Okay. Let me up my game because I have a 4.9 out of 5-star rating on Fiverr and I'm looking to keep it that way. I want all my reviews really nice. So I said, okay, even though she's only supposed to get 1 and I gave her 3, I said, whatever, you didn't like them, let me amp it up. I end up sending this woman 8 different concepts.
That's a no-no.
Shaped, beautiful. She sends me logos. Well, first of all, she sends me logos and they're all linear. They're all horizontal, rectangular shaped with cursive writing. I do a bunch like that. And she says, oh no, this is even further away from what I wanted. I said, okay, I made more. I want to satisfy the customer. I make this woman logos. And then she finds one that I make that she does like. Okay, she likes it. And I'm like, yes, okay, you like this one. She says, but could you make the horse's tail come whip around and cut through the H? I say, okay. I'm thinking to myself, I'm just moving stuff around on Canva. Let me figure out how to try to make a tail and shoot it through the H, whatever. I do it. She loves it. But then she says she wants the top of the T to be the horse's back. I do it. She loves it. Do I get my $15 yet? Because remember, we're still at $15. I'm just hoping to get paid just $15 for all this work. Now she wants the horse's head to be more simple. So I take away some things, try to make it more simple. Then she wants the horse's head to look back at the body. And you know what? By this point, I've spent like 2 to 3 days, hours on Canva making this logo for this woman. She doesn't like it. She still can't do it. And I'm like, okay, I'm finally to the point where I'm getting so stressed. I'm like, ma'am, I can't. I can't do anything else. We've been going back and forth for days. I've been trying, giving you so many. In your original order, I even said, ma'am, your original order was only for one.
Yep.
We're still at $15 only. I said, I can't do anymore. I said, you can either cancel the order or you can take the most recent designs that I have sent to you and accept that order. But I can't freehand draw this horse's head to look back at the logo like you want, blah, blah, blah. And so she says, okay, cancel. And I say, I am like about to throw up and cry because I'm like, ma'am, do you think like maybe I could at least get the $15? No. Cancel. You didn't produce anything that I'm going to use. You didn't produce anything satisfactory to me. Cancel.
Emotional damage.
So, Christine M. Potts, when your website, The Horse Hub, does air, I hope it fails.
So these are some of the ones I sent her. She called these like really basic. I said, you're right. And that one, she said was basic. Okay, but she kind of liked that one. That's the one we went into more depth, changing things around. She said these 4 were horrible. So these are all the different things that we worked on and sent through. I just pasted them right here so you can see all of them together. But is that worth $15 or am I crazy?
Yes,
Is me working on these logos for going back and forth with this lady, is this worth $15? Because if I'm crazy and it's not worth $15, then I'll just shut up about it.
You know, the crazy part is actually looking at some of those logos, the fact that she did a lot of revisions and newer logos directly in there. I could see some of those, let's say on the t-shirt, on a beer can, something for a bar. Like I can see where a lot of these could be used, right? But again, you have certain people out there that are just too picky. And you know, in a sense, she did it herself. You said for $15, I think you get one and probably a revision. You should have just kept it as that. You decided to go out on a limb and you wanted to impress, you know, said person for that $15. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it at all. And then she said she spent about 2 to 3 days on that. Yeah, nah. That was not worth it. But now we also got this as well too, right? And this is from the lady that was referenced. I gotta actually zoom this in, right? This is Christine Potts, right? Said I guess like somebody had captured this, said you have 2 minutes to take your comments and reviews down off of my husband's horse training Facebook page and Google. This will get reported to Fiverr and the police. My logo work I tried hiring you to complete had absolutely nothing to do with his business. Ma'am, it be like that, Miss Christine and Potts. I mean, technically it does have to do with this business because you both guys are into horses and the businesses you have are surrounding horses. So, I mean, it'd be like that. This is what happens when people are in a marriage. Now, if this was your boyfriend, it'd be different. It'd be completely different. Nobody would even know who he is, but y'all share the last name. Y'all got Facebook photos, pictures, everything. So, I mean, I you know, it'd be like that. Miss Potts, Pepper Potts, shout out to Iron Man. But yeah, it'd be like that, man. It'd be like that. I mean, you can't get mad if the teacher decided to make a review on all the things that she did and showcase, you know, her work as well. And the end result was that you didn't even buy anything, no matter how she revised it, no matter how she tried, no matter how she listened. And on top of the fact that she was straightforward and told you that, hey, I can't freehand draw and make the horse look back at it, right? Like, what are we doing? Like, you're doing way too much. way too much. But like I said, she wants to do. That woman wanted a lot of stuff for $15. No, like more so, that job was probably 100 or something. Just being real, because if you have somebody that knows how to use, let's say Adobe, Photoshop and whatnot, and they can, do the art and draw and stuff. Oh yeah, that job would have went up 50 plus. That would have been 50, 100 plus, especially if somebody's drawing something by hand and they're specifically creating it to your specifications. Yeah, that's going to be at least like a good 100, 150, maybe 200 in some cases. But what are you going to do? You got a lot of people that are unhappy, that don't like certain things. I would just tell her to, try to resell some of those somewhere, or, do something with them. Don't let them just, specifically go to waste. I wouldn't do that. But let's go to the next video.
When the elders tap us because they no longer have the energy, but they have the wisdom, we need to be ready to get in the ring. Y'all don't need to live around here. I tell them people, this is another prime example of poverty pimping. I said, you know what happens when people realize that they can profit from the pain of black people? They create nonprofit organizations. They create religious organizations, churches, pastors. I said, we are always sold to the highest bidder. Even if it's our own that's sitting at the table selling us out piece by piece. That's why I go so hard at these damn politicians and pastors. Because 90% of the time, they are the ones selling us off piece by piece. The ones that look like us. The way the people in that room was amen. And that's right. And I'm talking about the elders. People in there that said they've been doing this work for 30 years and they still fighting for funding. I said, let me tell y'all something. It's because they are not coming here to eradicate anything. You think they want to get rid of crime? Crime pays.
Bars.
Crime pays. At the end of the day, it might not pay us, but it pay judges, it pay lawyers, it pay coroners, it pay doctors. Mm-hmm. You hear me? It pay policemen. It pays everybody but us. We are the ones that catch. We are the stock to them. I say, I want y'all to do me a favor, and I want y'all to think about all of these large churches and these nonprofit organizations and these healthcare systems. I want you to think about them, and then I want you to think about who is actually at the top of the food chain in many of these spaces, because it ain't us. I said, you know why? We are here because we are always the face of their businesses. Because at the end of the day, the church is a business. Mm-hmm. The nonprofit sector is a business.
Bars.
They just buying up land and talking about they doing housing and interventions and drug abuse, recovery and all of that. And all of them people, when you look at them, they don't look like us. And they have people like us as the front-facing people who go out into the community. I said, y'all ain't getting no higher than street intervention. Because to them, we need to be on the street talking to the people and bringing them in the doors. Everything is about numbers. Everything is about numbers. When I got through ripping them folks up in there, and it wasn't even disrespectful, that man said, that's hard to come after. I know it is. And when I looked over and I saw them older people that trusted me to speak up for them, nodding and saying thank you, I knew my job was done. My job was done for the day. But I got something else for their ass. Happy.
Let me say, as soon as I saw this woman and I saw the as I like to say, the Betty Boo type of hairstyle. Not sure if anybody knows, but Betty Boo was based off of a black woman. But when I saw, the short Betty Boo type of hairstyle, I already knew what was about to happen, right? And everything that she stated was 100% facts. And these were things that I've also stated myself over the years. Matter of fact, even the last live stream, I stated this, where it is that black people are needed to be at a certain level in order for everything else to move, right? You need that foundation there in order for everything else to be built upon or to be uplifted or pedestalized, right? Or you need that certain foundation there so that other people are able to, profit from the ground up, right? Or you need that certain foundation there so that people can have that compare and contrast so that others can look at the plight of black people and be like, well, I'm better than them because I'm obviously doing better. I'm better than them because I'm not at the bottom. I'm better than them because I'm not the poster child of such and such a crime, or my neighborhoods don't look like this. My kids don't look like this. My relationships don't look like this, and yada yada yada, and all this other type of good stuff, right? But to further put a emphasis on what it is that this black woman was talking about and trying to showcase verbally, I'm going to allow this black man to showcase something to you that you can see.
Same crime, same courtroom, same judge, same criminal history. 1,300% difference in sentencing. And maybe he didn't have a good lawyer, but that don't mean anything. Look at this. Chase, armed robbery at 19, no contest plea, 1 misdemeanor prior, total points 138.2, 2 years and counting. Now look at this. Lamar Lloyd, armed robbery at 21, no contest plea, 1 misdemeanor prior, total points 138.2, 26 years in prison. Yeah, the system is lump-sided, okay? And he had the same judge, Judge Sherwood Bauer Jr., St. Lucie County Courthouse in Fort Pierce, Florida. So, you tell me, does race makes a difference when you're getting sentenced in a court of law? I believe it do. And I'm not trying to make this a, black and white thing, but I'm just being honest. Let me know in the comments.
Right now, that's something that is completely obvious and anybody can see, right? You got the same judge. You got a white boy, you got a black man, right? Both pretty much did the exact same crime. The white boy got 2 years, the black man got 26. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? That is diabolical. Chase, armed robbery at 19, no contest, 1 misdemeanor prior, right? Total points 138.2. Lamar, right? Armed robbery at 21, no contest plea, 1 misdemeanor prior, total points 138.2. They both got the same amount of points. So it's balanced. So why would the years be completely different? The only thing that I could bring up would be race. Because the common denominator is a white judge. So the white judge gave the white boy, was like, I don't want to, you did mess up, but I see myself in you. I see my nephew. I see a grandchild in you. I'm going to give you 2 years, right? I'm going to be lenient. I'm going to give you 2 years, right? But when it came to Lamar, he was like, we got another one here. He was like, you people just don't learn. It's like, no problem. I got you. I'm going to throw everything. I'm going to throw the whole book directly at you. You sat up there and committed this crime. You know that you could have did better. You didn't have to do this at all. You just decided to go into the streets and nibble and dabble. No problem. We're going to make sure that you have a long stint and in a long time to think about the consequences of the crime that you committed. 26 years. And that's what happened. I can promise you, because that white judge cannot see himself within Lamar. He doesn't see a reflection of himself. He doesn't see a son. He doesn't see a grandchild. He doesn't see a nephew. He doesn't even see one of the white neighbor's kids. He don't see none of that. He sees another black man trying to get over on the system or trying to, do something. And that's exactly how he treated him. It's crazy. Well, he said, what state is that? That should have been Florida, from what the black guy stated. But like I said, I don't care what state it is. This is how these things tend to work in the United States of America. And again, this is not my first time showing things like this. I've even had solo stories where I've showcased the fact that you have white folks out here that'll decide to do some very horrendous crimes, but they have very lenient to no time. But then when it's black people doing the exact same thing or even less, they got 30 years. Like I said, how many black men right now we still getting exonerated every single year? A lot. Like, it's crazy work out here. But like I said, nobody wants to listen. Nobody wants to pay attention. All I'm waiting for is the moment in time where the system is like, you know what? If you do the crime, irregardless, everybody's getting the time. So the exact same time that a black man would get, guess what? White boys getting. That's what I'm waiting for. And I don't want to hear no crying from white people at all. I don't want to hear no crying. I don't want to hear no tears being shed. Oh my God, little Jenny. Oh my God. How can they do this? This is unfair. Where's the justice? I'm not trying to hear none of that, Sarah. Caitlin. Samantha, I'm not trying to hear none of that in the courtrooms. None of that. I don't want to see no videos of my son Jonathan. He was a great kid. He was a great son. He just like Pokemon and sitting up there watching Back Guardians, and he like Marvel. Like I don't understand. This is ridiculous. I'm not trying to hear none of this. Not trying to hear none of this. Yep, D Money said over a 50% exoneration rate. Yeah. Because we get blamed for crimes that we didn't even do. Still to this day, you got black men locked up since the 70s because some random white woman sat up there and said that black man did this to me, and it wasn't even a black guy that did it. But because a black guy was just within the area, we're going to pick him up. All right, no problem. 40 years. Even though the DNA evidence and the witnesses say otherwise. Oh, no, we're not going to allow all of that, truthful evidence directly in the case. We're going to seal that or just dismiss it. If they say that he did it, he did it. What did the cops say that weren't even on the scene? John, Tin, and Jimmy Todd, they all sat up there and said that they saw the black guy do it, even though they were off that day. But the courts are still going to sit up there and listen to them and take their word for it. Crazy work. Crazy work, but it's crazy work. Diabolical. But let's go to the next video.
We had this shit. It's very ghetto and it feels stupid because some of this.
So what she's pointing to is the device that is right above her chest that had to get implanted there, right? So for a lot of the women directly out there that I guess you could say go through stress or whatnot or whatever, you may want to pay very close attention to this because very easily this could be you.
I think I brought it on myself by not sticking to my boundaries, overextending, overperforming. That shit stops here. I don't give a fuck. None of that shit. No more. None. If you have a question, you need a contract, something needs these closings. If it's outside of my business hours, I cannot help you. You know why? Because when you get sick, people don't give a fuck. They still want shun. So just because it's an emergency for you does not make it an emergency for me. This is an emergency for me. This showed me, bitch, you need to sit the fuck down. You need to slow down. And I've had people tell me that I'm always on my phone. Early in the morning, on my phone, sending an email, sending a text, responding to something, pause the movie. Can you rewind the movie? That stops here. I initially was just starting to read the book, what the fuck that book called? The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck Needed. I don't give a fuck. This right here says I have no more fucks. They're gone. Out of there. Out of the window. Ain't no more. I have none for nothing and nobody. Not for my career, not for jobs, not for no fake ass friends, not for manipulating family members. I have nothing for nobody. My shoulder dislocated. I have nothing for anything and anybody. If it does not serve me, no. If you call me to trauma dump, please be respectful if I answer to ask me if I have the mental and emotional space, because if I've never put myself first before this right here, I don't have time for this. This is a lot. This is beyond a wake-up call. And I'm in therapy. I have a male therapist. He be eating me up. And us talking about my lifestyle choices and my career and the things that I do in my business. And he's like, you got to make some changes. He's like, either you're going to get pushed or you're going to jump. I would have preferred to walk and sit down. I got pushed to pay attention to myself, pay attention to my body, pay attention to how I'm moving, pay attention to how I let people with me.
Right. The one thing I also, because the other thing I want to just highlight that I feel is missing from context is the fact that you have a lot of women directly out here who may have weighed a certain amount, and a lot of women will decide to take. And again, this is not trying to shame or anything like that, but I have to put this into the reality. Whenever it is I go on Twitter, or I'm sorry, X, or I happen to go on IG, I primarily run through the threads, and I happen to see fields of women pretty much with the exact same body, as if everybody was made from the same two parents, right? From top to bottom, thighs, lips, everything. Everybody's looking the exact same shape, belly button and all, right? And I've come to the conclusion that a lot of women like to take shortcuts when it deals with losing weight, right? You have a lot of guys out here that will decide, like, if they're 300 pounds, they'll start working out, right? They're not going to just automatically, let me save up like 50K or 100K to just go up under the knife and that's it, I'm good. Nah, they're actually going to put in the work. They're going to put in due diligence, the energy and all of that to, build up that muscle. And then once, if there's like excess skin, of course, that they can't get rid of, it's like, all right, I'm going to sit up there and go into, trim up and fix that up, because I already did the necessary work. A lot of women don't do the necessary work. A lot of women will go under the knife and they'll get the work done. They won't do any workouts at all. So everything, dealing with their veins and their heart and everything, it's still the exact same as if they were about, like, let's say 3 or whatever amount of pounds that they were, right? So they went from 3 all the way down to, let's say, about 150 or 140, right? That's a massive amount of weight to sit up there and shed. But while you shedded that weight and it was unnaturally shed, your heart is still at the starting point of where you were with all of that weight. So it's like you got a lot of these women that'll go on social media and they think everything is fine and good, and they're still eating the exact same way that they were when they were hundreds of pounds heavier, adding further onto, their heart and everything else, because the outside looks great, but the inside is decrepit. It's bad, because they never did anything necessary to clean that up, to fix that up, to make it healthier. Everything was always about the outer appearance. So I just wanted to add that directly into the perspective, as well, because as I'm looking directly over that, it looks like something, if I'm correct, if I'm to reverse it, that looks like it's right over her heart. So yeah, that's not good at all. And this is why, I keep trying to tell women, it's like, yo, go out here. If you're going to lose weight, do it naturally. Right? If you're going to go out here and lose weight, do it naturally. Because I can't tell you how many women I see dressing the same. They got the same, waist strap and all of this. They show pictures of them going to the gym. But I'm like, the whole body that you got, you didn't do that at the gym. So I don't know why you're trying to give off this whole thing as if you just worked off, or this whole body was natural, and it's not. Like, it's crazy work out here. Like I said, the lies that people do in order to become these influencers or whatnot or whatever is crazy. It's lies on lies on lies, and it's crazy work. And it's not a lot of women that want to call that type of stuff out. But like I said, if more of this starts happening to women, oh yeah, it's going to be a lot of women out here cooked, fried deep, and it's going to be nothing that they can do about it. But what was it? You said that's a pacemaker? That's bad. And that woman looks like, I'm just looking at her face wise. It looks like I want to say late 20s, early 30s. If she is in her early 20s with that on, you are cooked. You are cooked. So, like I said, that's bad. That is crazy. But let's go to the next video.
Employ
64.
And that's across all 4 of your stores.
Yes.
How many of your employees are Latinos?
All Latinos.
How many of them do you know are undocumented?
50%.
Who did you vote for in the last election?
For Donald Trump.
Was your hope that if he was elected president, he would be able to improve our economy?
That's what we're waiting.
You voted for President Donald Trump because of his stance on the economy.
Yes, because economy is one thing and immigration is another thing. And you have to, like an owner, decide what is more affect right away to my customer.
And you think that food and prices matter more to them than whether they could get deported?
And I always say, the food is so important when you see they struggling to buy the food.
Both of these issues are such a big part of your life. The economy as a business owner, but immigration as an immigrant yourself. How difficult is it for you to balance your feelings on both of these issues?
It is hard. You see both sides, no? I always try to be motivating my employee, my customer, when they say right now, what is going to happen so with us? Economy, we are not legal. I try always motivate to them, but if I honest myself, they're right. They have much to worry.
Woo! Like I said, this is why I love doing social media, because of content like this. Let me tell you, to anybody out there that is Spanish speaking, it's people like her who decided to get rid of you, who voted against you, who opted to make sure that your family, who are quote unquote illegal, don't have documentations or papers that came directly across the border. It is her and many others that decided to get y'all and pack y'all right up on out of here. She literally told you that 50% of the people that work for her are Latino and they are illegals. And she said she still voted for Trump. Y'all sit up there and get online and y'all trying to tell black people, why ain't we caring? Why ain't we helping y'all? We don't got nothing to do with this, brother. We don't got nothing to do with this. We tried to tell you. Y'all better sit up there and send out a phone call to Mario Lopez real quick and ask him on a Sway show, like, what does he feel about this happening? Because this is your 9/11 right now. This is your version of 9/11. You got to get on the phone and ask Mario Lopez, what does Mario feel about ICE and everybody else coming directly into your community? This is y'all moment, because this is crazy. This is 100. I ain't never in my life seen anything like this. That's wild. That is wild. Thank God for social media. Oh my God. People wouldn't believe it if I wasn't able to show it. Let me tell you something. You got a business owner that only hires, all of her people are Latin. 50% are illegal. And she still voted for Trump, who said that if you vote for me, I'm going to send everybody back over the border. And she was like, okay. Y'all get on TikTok and talk to black people. Black people, we were like this. We were like peanut butter and jelly. We were like the other side of a dime. What happened? Oh man, I love it. I love it. Oh wow. That is crazy. That is diabolical work. Going against your own. Going against your own. And this woman is just smiling. She's ecstatic. There is no remorse in this woman's face about voting for Trump, about voting for the Republican. There is no remorse in her face at all. She was like, hey, I try to motivate them every day. And yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, they still have some things to worry about. That's crazy. That is diabolical work. Let me tell you something. It's crazy. It was hollering. La Raza is Primera Main. That brown nose. Yeah, it's crazy. Diabolical work. Like I said, the only thing that black people can do is just take a break and sit down and watch and grab some popcorn. Shout out to Nook in the building. What is up? 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 So now we're going to go to the next video.
I don't know what law student needs to hear this, but stop trying to be an influencer. You did not go to law school, get your degree, pay hundreds of $1,000s to risk your legal reputation on TikTok.
Bars.
Specifically, if you are going into big law, you should really reconsider making a bunch of legal content and trying to be an influencer, because these two professions do not mix at all.
Yep.
Especially women of color. Like, I keep seeing big law associates, specifically black women, get fired for their TikToks, and it's like, again, you did not spend all this money, get all this legal knowledge to become an influencer. It is not worth it. And I'm Gen Z. I'm 25. I'm an attorney. I work at a big law firm. I've been on social media since I was 6 years old. Don't risk your reputation.
So I'm just trying to figure out, right? And I've said something similar before, where there's a lot of black women who are professionals, right? All over social media. And the main thing that I see as a common occurrence is that these high-ranking black women all want to be all over social media, because now they feel that they made it. They can now determine or call themselves the it girl, and they can get all of the attention that they desired that they weren't able to get in middle school, high school, and college, and all this other type of good stuff. And I'm like, that's stupid. I'm like, you're not, like she said, you didn't spend all of this money. You didn't go through and try to rack your brain to, get all of this information just to become a social media influencer. I'm like, you're going to lose out at the end of the day. And if you're a black woman working in law and you're working for a law firm, sweetheart, they're going to get rid of you. They're 100%. They're going to find somebody else that is not anything about social media. If they tell you to do social media, then you do social media. I do not understand it. Why would you be so stupid? Like, are people really that hungry for attention? Like, you're willing to literally jack up your job and your opportunity to work at a law firm just so you can make some TikToks? Word? Is TikTok paying you that much better than your education that you went to? What? Like, brother. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh wow. Oh, this is crazy. Shout out to this black woman that's trying to, ring the alarm directly out there. Because like I said, if black men decided to go out there and tell black women don't do this, guess what? We'll be looked at as haters. We'll be looked at as broke. We'll be looked at as told that you don't know what you're talking about. Go out there and actually get an education before you start, barking and talk, all this other type of stuff. So like I said, you got an educated black woman that is trying to inform other black women. But the problem with that is other black women are not going to listen to her. They're going to think that they're better than thou. They're going to think that, oh, well, just because it happened to her doesn't mean that it's going to happen to me. Like I said, I done seen it before. You got nurses, black women who are nurses right now, and they want to sit up there and make TikToks while they're at work around patients. And I'm like, you're a dummy. You can't do the same thing that white women sit up here and do on you're not a white woman. You can't do that. There are a different set of rules. Don't be stupid. Don't play around and find out. Like I say, you didn't do all of that schooling to become a nurse just to sit up there and be fired. Don't do it. But like I said, hey, what do I know? I'm an uneducated black man that only made it through the first, the first doors of a community college, and that's it. That's it. Like I said, being as transparent as possible. So what do I know? Who's going to actually sit up there and listen to me, right? I'm uneducated, like a lot of people like to say. Right. And I'm looking at a lot of educated people on social media act completely unintelligent and stupid. Like I said, you can't make this up. Can't make it up. As Nestor said, diabolical work. That's bars. straight work, man. It's crazy out here, man. It is crazy. I need a lot of educated people out here to do better. I need a lot of educated people out here to do better. But anyways, let's continue with the next video.
Ashley Lincoln is live with the exclusive surveillance video of the incident. And Ashley, you learned multiple state regulations and policies were violated here.
Yeah, some of that was detailed in that lawsuit. In it says that this facility did not follow policy regarding the situation. This baby had to endure months of recovery and has to live with lifelong scarring. His mother told me that this lawsuit was about making sure this doesn't happen again.
They had to pop his blisters. That was painful to watch him go through. No amount of pain medicine could help him.
Sharice Beasley says her son, just 9 months old, at the time had to endure months of recovery after being left in scalding water for minutes at this DeKalb County daycare in 2022.
Diaper changes, it was hard. It hurt him to urinate.
Beasley, alongside her attorney, have now filed this lawsuit against the Young Minds Learning Center.
You put your trust in them, and to see how they took care of Virgil or didn't take care of Virgil was heartbreaking.
The employee, seen in this surveillance video, aggressively removes baby Virgil's clothing after he had an accident. She then places him in a sink filled with hot water. When she removes Virgil, the employee finally realizes the baby's in pain. In a state of panic, the employee ran around the daycare for more than 15 minutes.
I just never in a million years thought something like this would happen.
Beasley's lawsuit says the employee ignored policy and was not supposed to bathe Virgil.
They're supposed to use wet wipes.
The State Department of Early Care and Learning launched a 3-month investigation after this incident. The state says the employee engaged in an action that was detrimental to the well-being of the child when he was burned with hot water. And as to the number of children in the room, the state says the facility did not follow child ratios by not housing children under 3 in a separate area. At one point in the video, a young child is seen looking over Virgil after he was burned.
This is a multi-level fail on the business.
I feel like nobody's done anything to try and, make it right for him. He needs justice.
And it's important to note, in most recent inspection reports I went through, the facility did make corrections since this incident, and currently they are in good standing with the state. In the meantime, we did find out that employee was arrested at the time and charged with child cruelty and was sentenced to serve probation.
Crazy. And Nook said, oh my God, what happened to Virgil? Yeah, I know that song too. When I first heard this story, my mind went directly to that song because I got it on my Spotify. But back to the story, the main thing that I'd like to, state is that I've tried to tell parents over time that, hey, if you decide to leave your children in the care of other individuals, other adults, things like this are liable to happen. I've talked about daycares. I've talked about nurseries. I've talked about hospitals. I've talked about even schools. And in all of these instances, somehow, some way, something always happens to the child, right? And they stated that the woman is on probation. That's it? Probation? That's it? You're not going to sit up there and lock her up? Like, the woman got the nerve. First of all, I don't care how frustrated you are. If you're going to bathe a child, you're going to make sure, I would almost, if you're going to do this and you're a stranger, you might as well almost slightly make sure that that water is like cold just to be on the safe side that, no scalding hot water is going to be taking place or happening. For the most part, that you had the child in water that hot where they ended up getting blisters. That's insanity. You knew that water was hot, but you didn't care because you was probably mad and frustrated that you had to clean up after the child. And again, children make mistakes like this. It happens. They're not full on autonomous, adults and different things like this where they can just manage and control themselves. If it feels like they gotta go, they're going to release it, in a lot of instances right then and there. They're not about to be trying to hold this, wait for a potty or a bathroom or whatever it is. Like, that's crazy work. And then she got the nerve to try to run around like the victim. Oh my God, I can't believe this for 15 minutes. Man, go to prison. Go to prison 100%. Go straight to prison. There is no reason that you should be out around the public at all. Like, for all intents and purposes, full on sue that daycare up until that daycare has your name on it, ma'am. Your name and your son's name. And then on top of that, for a secondary lawsuit, go after that woman civilly. Like I said, she got 2 lawsuits. Like I said, I don't care if they arrested that woman and she on probation. No. That is not enough. that kid has to more than likely have lifelong injuries because of everything that took place. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. Mm-mm. That's crazy. And this is why I tried to tell y'all before that a lot of adults do not care about kids. A lot of, let me repeat myself again, like I've been doing for all these years, a lot of adults do not care about the kids directly out here. And that further shows it. For the most part, that a grown adult woman can run around a daycare knowing what it is that she did, and she want to try to portray herself as the victim, boo-hooing and crying. That's some crazy work. What about that child? You're crying more for yourself and caring more about yourself than that child that you actually harmed. That's crazy work. Put her in prison, under the prison, 500 feet deep. I want her as close to the Earth's core as possible. That's where she needs to be. Right? Let's continue. We're going to be going to a conversation that we've heard so many times before, but here we go.
Dating outside my race, but I was dating outside of my race because they was doing things better in my race. I'm gonna keep it 100.
Define better.
Well, not better, because I know where she getting ready to go. Not better.
I know you said they were doing things better. I wanted to know what better meant.
Not better. I'm gonna change that.
I'm trying to save you for the
I know
people,
you is.
for
That's
the
what I'm saying.
culture.
Not better for the culture.
There we go.
Right. Not better. I was dating Puerto Rican, I was dating Dominican, I was dating African, I was dating all type of other related size American black, right? They were doing way more of what we expect we want our woman to do more than our American. Our American got real comfortable with...
Give me some examples.
Oh, man. I mean, their mannerisms are different. Like even my Indian one was from
Sri Lanka.
One of them countries over there, right? I didn't have to really say much to do and be treated like a king. You see what I'm saying? A lot of times with our own American black, they expect so much of us and what we're supposed to do. Like things like if we go out and eat and we just have a nice dinner, we can go anywhere and eat and get a nice dinner. It had to be Rue Chris, or it had to be this, that, or it had to be this, that. Then I get somebody that's just as fine, a Cuban or a Colombian. They don't care about nothing. They care about you and your household. Even though they still care about the money, but it's not about the money. You understand what I'm trying to say? It's a difference. Not better, but sometimes we get tired of hearing, Birkin bags, sushi.
Do you think that's fair? Because I feel like there's a certain type of woman
Right.
that does demand that. And to
Right.
me, I think it depends on the bait you're using and where you're looking. If you're gonna go get a model from Instagram that got the BBL, the snatched in stomach, and has all the things that check off money hungry and surface, you're gonna get that. If you're gonna meet a girl and through different ways and ask different questions, you're gonna find that out a lot earlier on, that what's important to her.
I'm not doubting that, but I'm just talking about even if you look on just a regular dating app and just look at what a woman may state that she requires. I'm saying these things because it feels as if social media again is the barometer, okay? And it's the comparison. And when you're comparing yourself to all these other women, and of course, even with the BBLs, because I'm like, that's fine, but I mean...
What's BBL? I'm sorry.
Brazilian butt lift.
Oh, okay.
And there's no shade to women that have
No,
them. I'm just
I was
saying.
wondering, I was waiting for it too. I'm like, excuse me?
And there's no shade to everyone that has them. I'm just saying, if you're going by just surface things and that's who you're going afterwards, then guess what? She gonna run them pockets.
No, and I'm not, and I want to get your thoughts, Doc, and as well, Amy, as a woman dating or even considering, I think that a lot of times, we do value women, but when you talk about black relationships, I think we all come with some baggage, all right? Now, some of us have some baggage that's not gonna fit in the overhead compartment, and some of us have some baggage that you're gonna have to pay a whole lot more for to get on this flight, right? But the reality of it is that's just who we are, and I'm talking about historic. Like if you're talking about being enslaved, where we were and how we engage each other, there's a lot of elements there. But it can be a little difficult because women have expectations in 2021 that they're watching, and they're very material expectations. I agree with you, Claudia, but I'm simply saying that
not all of them are material.
And I'm not trying to generalize.
It's just
women.
Most of the time it's pointing to American women are more material.
And it's America as a society.
Not better.
Let's bring spirit into this.
And I gave you the space to even edit the better part, right? So, and I'm with you on that. But let's say this because you guys both tie in two really important pieces, right? You talk about women who are not African American women, and you talk about the experience and what is the influence here. You mentioned social media, but what you're really missing here is the piece that you talk about, the enslavement part, the culture and the trauma that African American men and women and children have faced in this country is like unlike any other group. And so when we talk about trauma, what we know is that Black people have a lot of unprocessed trauma. We have a lot of hurt. We have a lot of harm, not just back then, but right now on the daily, right? And so one of the things that we talk about as professionals within my profession is we talk about how trauma impacts people. And so we love to say, Resma Minikin, one of my favorite colleagues, he says that trauma decontextualized within a person looks like personality. And that trauma decontextualized within a family looks like family traits. And that trauma decontextualized within a people looks like culture. Right. And so when you talk about how African American women present and what they need as it relates to security and finances and the finer things in life, and to look a certain way and to want a certain thing from their man and to have certain expectations, it's because of the trauma that we are still trying to survive. And when we talk about feeling beautiful and the BBLs and the Birkin bags and the wanting the nice things and wanting their men to come with a certain level of care and a certain level of treatment and expectation, we are trying to connect. We are trying to heal with you. We are trying to build with you. But there's so much hurt and trauma that we all have that we don't talk about, that we don't even understand within ourselves, so that we can't find who we're compatible with. Because who we're compatible with is traumatized versions of ourselves.
Spirit, do you think that women and men, women that seek the materialistic things, items, the tangible things, and men that just seek the women for the aesthetics, do you think those are people that kind of just gave up on love and they're just like going for, all right, well, at least I can see this, I can grab onto this?
No, I think it's science. If you really want to know, we are part of the animal kingdom like anything else. And so what the male species chooses is the thing that's biologically beautiful, because what it suggests from a DNA perspective is you're likely to bear my offspring and they will do well. It's survival of the fittest. And what the female species chooses is the male offspring that can provide the most security, because you're going to be able to protect me and our offspring and raise us, and we will do well.
So we're not gold diggers, it's just science.
It's literally biology. It is literally biology. When you see, listen, when you see the brothers out there with the rims and the flash and the money and the gold, they're no different than the male peacock that's showing his whole big pretty feathers. Look at me, look at me. And when you see the women that go, show me what you got, show me what you're working with, it's no different than the frog that ribbits the loudest, or the bird that chirps the loudest.
So what do you call a man that's just been providing, that doesn't ask for nothing? What do you call the guys like me who we don't ask for anything?
Oh, but you do.
How?
You may not ask it with your words, but your expectation is there. So when you say, I need that woman that loves me, I need that woman that has my back, so I don't have to say, hey, is that bacon and eggs there? Hey, are those clothes in the drawer?
Not cash-wise. Okay.
So when we talk about compatibility, right, one of the things that I love to say, an acronym that I use is rises, that some relationships rise, some fall. You want one that rises. Rises stands for the different types of intimacy.
So the thing that I want to go back to, let me see if I can.
You may not ask it with your,
like, the sarcasm that she just gave. She's like, oh, but you, I'm like, I would expect that. I wouldn't expect that from a psych. I would expect that from a woman that he would be in a relationship with, right? Not somebody who went to school to study the human mind and to, do all of these things, right? That threw me off. The other thing that threw me off was how she wanted to say that, of course, there's a lot of trauma in the Black community. Okay, cool, fine. But more specifically, when it deals with women, the way that they're trying to, grow with and go through this trauma is by way of having those luxurious things, the finer things in life. I'm like, all of that stuff that a guy can give you, like, is as easy as it can be given, it can be taken away. And I'm not talking about the guy taking it away. I'm just talking about, like, you can have a hurricane. You could have a flash flood. A volcano could open up. The earth could split apart. Like, so what does that then mean, right? If they're trying to progress and go through their trauma by way of the material things, and those material things are, they disappear, does that now mean that that woman will start back at zero again? She got to restart the whole thing of trying to grow and move forward past it. Like, I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused, and I want people to understand, like, there are such things as gold diggers. I do, because I don't want people to sit up there and think that the explanation that she gave is just a finite type of deal. Like I said before, this is why you got girls who are 18, 19, 20 that specifically go after. When I'm saying this, I'm saying it exactly how I'm saying it. They specifically go after guys who are in their 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. Like I said before, in high school, I've been able to monitor and watch these girls specifically go after or talk about the types of guys that they talk to and or date. And these guys are far outside of their age range. Because like I stated before, women typically go for older guys, right? So if you are a guy that is in high school at this moment in time, chances are very great, I'm just going to be honest with you, you don't have a shot of, in a sense, realistically being with any of those girls in that high school. Because those girls in high school, primarily, if they're in high school, they usually want somebody that's 18, 19, or 20. If those girls are 18, they usually want somebody who is in their 20s. I'm talking about like a 23, 24, 25, and so on and so on and so on. Or to the other extent, those girls who are in high school, they want somebody that's late 20s to early 30s. Because they want somebody who has things that they don't have. They want somebody who can enable and give them access to things that they don't got to work for. Like I said, it's the easier route to getting to the finish point. that's all it is. So, like I said, gold diggers do exist. I'm not sure how people want to try to psychologize or they want to try to write some poetry around this to make it seem like, nah, this is just a natural occurrence. It's a part of the animal kingdom. Nah. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because I ain't never seen a female lion require a dude to sit up there and take down a gorilla, a giraffe, and maybe previously a dinosaur to prove that he is really the king of the jungle. That's not what happens. That's not how that works. You just do what it is that a male lion does. You prove that ground that you walk on, and that's it. Like I said, this stuff is crazy. This is crazy. Man. Rabbit said the man in the video is dressed luxurious, but on a more humble look. Like, he ain't even really wearing nothing. Like, he's wearing, like, realistically, that's bare minimum. Like, if I'm looking at jewelry wise, I'm seeing like bare minimum. You got like what, 1, 2, 3? It's like 3. You got like 3 chains on, and it's not even like what you would normally. It's not like it's a kilo chain or something like that. It's just, the normal type of stuff, normal gold. Right. That, for me, that's standard issue. Right. If you think back, let's say like some 2000 something, that's standard issue, right? Standard issue chains. It's not like the ridiculousness that you see from a lot of rappers right now, where they got like a chain with the thickness of their wrists, like something crazy. I'm like, dog, you basically wearing something that you would find at like a shipyard. Like, it's looking crazy out here, but it is what it is. Cham said, I'm not sure that trauma spurs that behavior as does selfish behavior. I was taught to be empathetic, so I volunteered in the community, work young, growing up. I don't like money to be wasted. That's bars. Bars. Kim Munger said, I love black women, don't know anything else, but dating is a wrap. Maybe we'll come back to how my grandparents were, right? Rabbit said 3 chains is standard issue. I think that is just standard. I mean, I'm just sitting up there saying, like, I've seen eras of people wearing some crazy chains, right? I remember when people had chains that were almost like down to their kneecaps. Like, it was looking crazy. I'm like, dog, why would you need, it's fake, but why would you need a chain like that? I'm like, dog, you would have to like quadruple wrap that just for it to be normal, right? But it'd be like that. Sham said, LOL, and I'm tall, so I couldn't be like, I want a tall man. I dated people short, fat, tall, ugly, cute. I like a man that makes me laugh and is simple. It'd be like that. But I'm just gonna say, like, for you, Sham, like that's a rarity. You're rare. Like, you can rarely find women that have a simplistic type of way of looking at dating and what it is that they require from a guy. A lot of other women live through the lens of other women on social media. So a lot of normal everyday 9 to 5 women feel as though that they deserve or they need the lifestyle of these women who are on OF or IG models or female celebrities, which is crazy to me because I'm like, how do you feel that you automatically a man should give you that when you never did anything to deserve that? Like what have you really done in order for somebody to just drop that to you? Like that just makes no type of sense to me. Um but yeah, social media got a lot of women jacked. I can really much, tell you that. Just like the other guy said, if I can happen to scroll directly, like what this brother was sitting up here saying here, he was like, yo, if you even getting away from like the social media aspect and everything, he was like, if you just look at the dating scene online, and again, you can use the dating apps. That's in general. A lot of people got the dating apps. Hundreds of millions of people are on these dating apps, right? And when you go through those, you'll see women basically saying that they need a dude with money. He's able to afford them. He can take them there, to find the things in life and all of this expensive stuff. And I'm like, all right, it's cool to, have that theory, but to live in reality is a whole different thing. Because 9 times out of 10, a lot of these women are not taking themselves just out on a self date to these expensive restaurants every single day, 7 days a week. They're not doing that. Like, they can say that they love themselves so much, but they're not going to sit up there and take themselves out for a $500 just wine and dine, for 7 days a week. They're not going to do that. But they would have the requirement for everyday guys to be able to fulfill that, Monday through Sunday, which is crazy to me. You expect somebody to do something for you that you wouldn't even be willing to do for yourself, even if you have the money. It's like, how does that work? On top of the fact that you require a guy to sit up there and get you stuff from like Tiffany's or all of these other places, but it's like, you're not doing that. You require a dude to sit up there and get you a Birkin. That's what, like 15, 25K or whatever it is. Like I said, I don't really know the numbers because I'm not in that bracket. And I'm like, but are you doing that for yourself every single day? Are you spending that type of money on yourself every single day? If you're not doing it, then why would you expect that from somebody else? Like, that's just, I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy work. Let me see. God said I never have enough money to save. Seems like I'll be getting out of the hole and sometimes there to kick me back in. So I stopped trying to climb out of the hole and got comfortable at the bottom. It'd be like that. That's the best way I can sit up there and put. If you are a normal, everyday guy, that's pretty much how it is, right? You are just, you're barely above the water for all intents and purposes, because somehow, some way, there's always something there to take money. Taking money here, taking money there, taking money here, taking money there, and you might have something saved up, but guess what? Something will magically come along in life, and whatever you saved up, that's going to be needed, and then some. So, stuff out here. Like I said, and I'm going to consistently say that when it deals with the whole dating world and everything, it's a lot easier when, for women to deal with this, because women literally got free tickets, free rides to go wherever. You got women going to what? Dubai, Fiji, Bahamas, Jamaica, trips across Africa, Europe, free. Don't gotta worry about nothing. Just guys just coming up, hitting them in the DMs like, yo, let me fly you out real quick. That's it. Guys don't got that. Matter of fact, I put it to a better extent. I ain't never seen a point in time where you didn't have like Chris Brown or what's the brother name? Or Michael B. Jordan talking about they got a DM from a rich billionaire woman talking about she'll fly them out. I ain't never seen it. So like I said, even for guys that women deem to be the utmost attractive, right? That women are clamoring directly over and whatnot or whatever. I don't see no women out here talking about hitting them up, trying to fly them out nowhere. Never seen them. And like I said, you got women out here that are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. You got women out here that are even in the billions, but you don't see them talking about they're about to fly somebody up. Like I said, women got it easy. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Wait. Sham said, "LOL, I went to the doctor. I was like, I'm 6 feet tall. She took my height last week, and I'm 6'1". So think my height and my upbringing taught me good people come in all forms, and I just kept it simple." You know, the funny thing is, the one thing I've always talked to people about when it deals with dating, you never see tall people talking about they really want somebody tall. Usually, if it's women, they'll always say that they want a tall guy, and that guy has to be taller than them. Like, I don't understand how this works. Like, because like I've literally seen videos and I've shown you guys videos. There was a woman. I might get that clip so I can show y'all. But on the Red Balloon Pop Show, there's a guy that's at least 6 feet, 6'1", right? All the women popped their balloon because they said that he was too short. I'm like, you have to be kidding me. The average height for a woman is what? I mean, at one point in time, I thought it was like 5'6", 5'7", but I think now it's like 5'8", 5'9", or something like that. If a guy is 6'1" or even just 6 feet, he is taller than you. Your heels do not actually add to your natural height. Like, I don't understand the mentality of a lot of women out here. And one of the women that popped her balloon, she's like 4'11", and she said that the guy who is 6 feet is too short for her. I'm like, bro, just call it a day. Call it a day. Just wrap it up. Start shopping for dates somewhere else around the world, because this ain't it. Never in my life would I ever think that I would see a woman that is literally pretty much to the ground looking up and telling a guy who is 6 feet tall, you are too short for her. That's wow. Audacity is not even a word. I don't even know. I would have to really start studying dictionary to give you some. Maybe I might have to study some different languages, because I don't know what to tell you that is. Like, that's beyond any type of delusion that I can. Like I said, I don't know what that is. That's crazy. D Money said, "I'm still waiting on Oprah to fly me out." Yeah, same here. Same here. Sam said, "No, I'm not tall than most guys. So if I kept that attitude, I was getting nobody. Short guys come up to me more than tall ones do." So yeah, short. Like I said, for guys who are short of average height, we don't discriminate. We do not care who it is. You could be shorter than us. You could be the same height. You could be taller. You could be a Nephilim for all we care. We do not. As long as you are a woman, you look great. Hey, we are there. That is it. Like I said, I've never been a problem that I had a problem with women who have height. Never had a problem with that at all. Now, other people do. I don't know what to sit up there and tell you. Like I said, for me, that was never, a type of thing. I can't explain why it's like that for other people, but it is what it is. Whatever. Miss Ivory, what is up? You said, wait, hold on, let me try to go back up and scroll. You said, "Who is going to fine dining 7 days a week? And I'm grown, and I have stuff to do." No. I've showcased some women who I don't know where it was that she was at, but that looked like some type of like European hall where they were having dinner. Like, it was looking great. It was looking quite ancient, right? But she was there, and the young black woman was basically stating how it is that she gets free food and she doesn't have to pay for anything, because she'll come there at a certain time, know that pretty much everybody who comes there is of business type of thing where they have money, right? So it could be a lawyer, judge, whatever it is, right? She'll come there, order her food, and eat. And what she'll decide to do is start up a conversation with these guys, and the conversation will go long enough where if the guys are about to leave, of course they will offer to pay for her lunch. So that's and she was telling this to other women directly on TikTok. Like that's how easy it is for a woman to basically get free food and not have to pay for nothing. And she does this daily. And I would go to say that the place that she was lunching in was more than likely a 4 to a 5 star. Like it looked like they had crystal. It looked like they had actual silverware that was made of silver, right? And again, these were white guys in suits and everything. Um, that were patronizing the joint there. So yeah. So you got women out here that that do that quite daily. And you have a lot of these women that go out on continuous dates back to back to back where they're making sure to pick guys who can take them to, as the previous guy was sitting up here saying, take not her, as this guy was saying, where they would go to like a Roof Chris or something like that, something that would cost like 250, 300, 4 or whatever it is. Trust me. If you don't believe me, they also got women on TikTok, and on TikTok, women love to be honest. They love to just put everything directly out there. Like I said, I pay attention and I watch a lot of this stuff. And the thing I feel as though that a lot of women don't understand is that it's not just women that happen to listen to how women talk, it's guys that are listening as well. And if guys are observing how it is that women view guys and how it is that they deem them and do all of these things, a lot of guys are gonna be like, yo, I'm just done with dating. I'm out of the dating scene. I'm not doing this. I'm not going to the bars and whatnot or whatever, all this other type of stuff. And that came around to what was that? That club that was happening I want to say about like 2 years ago. There was a video of this club, and you just saw all of these women sitting there. Right, because at a point in time, women were going on social media. They were like, "Hey, I'm going to the club. I'm dressed up. I'm looking nice, and no guys want to approach me. No guys want to talk to me. No guys want to offer to buy me a drink." And da. I'm like, "Well, yeah," because women are like, "Hey, men are not needed. Y'all basically got it. Y'all say that men are broke or cheap, can't afford it. So it's like guys are going to be like, all right, we're going to just be doing our own thing." Guys about to start, buying game systems, start buying PCs and start gaming online, ordering some pizzas, some Domino's, and just staying at home, probably just knocking back some beers and whatnot, and just living an easy life instead of wasting $200, $300, $400, $500 on a random date, and you don't know if she's gonna want to do a second date with you. That's a waste of money. If I'm spending, I'm just gonna be real. If I'm a guy, right, and I'm out here on the dating scene, if I'm spending 2, 3, 4 to 5, first of all, that's ridiculous. But if I were to even go out on a limb and even spend that is an investment. And realistically, when anybody makes an investment, if you think about stocks, bonds, crypto, whatever it is, people who throw money in expect to get something out in return. Right. And that can be a variety of things. I'm not just specifically, pinning one thing down. That can be a variety of things. I'm just going to sit up there and be real directly about it. Because it's the same thing when it details a date. When women decide to go out on a date with a guy, they expect to get things in return just for them being there, being women. Right? Some women in hopes of getting a boyfriend. Some women of hopes of getting a free meal because they can't afford the meals of which they want. Right? They might want lobster and steak and all this other type of stuff that they don't even normally eat. But because this guy is paying, they're about to buy up half the menu. Some women are hoping for a lifelong partner or somebody that'd be a great stepfather to their kids. Right. So on both ends, people are looking for a return on some type of investment that they put directly out there. But it's only deemed a negative when men talk about that they're looking for a return on their investment. It's only men that get demonized for this, even though women are looking for a return on their investment for their time and energy and whatever it is that they put in. But yeah, that might have been a little bit long-winded, but yeah, I get what I'm saying. Sham said, because if you're looking for a six-figure dude, it's going to be a very lonely life. I'm comfortable with the dude making $50K and less. I can work with it. See, like I said, that's a rarity. Because matter of fact, because the video I wanted to showcase, it has music directly to it, but it pretty much makes the point. Let me see. Uh, let me just get this real quick. You're not gonna probably be able to hear it. I'll probably just have it muted because of the music to be on the safe side because of YouTube and whatnot. But going with what Shan basically said, dealing with the guy making a certain amount of money, right? And this guy, this black guy, I guess he got like a street type of podcast or whatever. He is. I'll let you hear like the first part, right? And then we'll just do it.
Money make a woman happy in a relationship.
I think so. Yes. Yes. I'm
Right. So the two white girls, he was like, so would a man making, little to no money make a woman happy, in a relationship? The two white girls, the two random white girls said like, yes, right? No problem. Right? Two random white girls on the street, fine, no problem. Not even, they don't even got no type of like liquor or anything in their system. So, all right, they're being a little bit logical in this, right? When you start going through the black girls on the streets, all of them say no. All of them sit up there and say like he needs to sit up there and have money in order to make them like us. It's crazy. Like I said, for me, I feel as though social media has messed up a lot of things. Like social media has messed up a lot of things out here. It is so backwards. Like I said, guys are pretty much simple, right? The woman can be, on a scale of, of a 1 through a 10, and somewhere somehow a guy will sit up there and match up with those women and date them. Right? It doesn't matter if it's the lower end of the scale of a 1 or a 10. Somehow, some way, a guy will be there. Right? But when you happen to do the reverse and you ask women those same questions, women will be like, nah, you got to make sure you look a certain type of way. Which is crazy. It's like you have a lot of women out here that would even take offense if, like, let's say the woman is a 7 and the guy is a 7. They'll be like, I would never date you. It's like, you're a 7. It's like, do you see me? It's like, ma'am, y'all both the same. It's like, how do you got this high and mighty, type of thing to feel that you're better than this man, but you're in the exact same looks bracket? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, it's crazy. Like, I've even seen some women who are 2s that were sitting up there looking at guys who would be considered 7s and talking about, no, ma'am, you have no room. You the audacity to think that you even realistically have a choice, that you can even open up and have an opinion. You're a 2 at the end of the day. You have no opinion. You are lucky if the sun decides to shine on you. You're lucky if a shadow decides to even follow you. You have no right to sit up there and try to turn down some dude who is like a 7, and you're trying to say that he does not look good enough. That's crazy. Like I said, this is why I tend to, like the interviews that are actually on the street versus, the ones that are in like a closed room or whatever, because it's a lot more natural. You'll have a variety of people that will say anything, but to happen to get fields of one section of women that just so happen to say like, nah, nobody broke can do anything for me. You can never make me happy. In order for you to make me happy, you got to have money. Yo, that's crazy. And that's sending a very horrible and terrible message to a lot of the young women and the young girls directly out here, because they're looking up to and, watching women like this. That's crazy. And I promise you, a lot of these women here more than likely went to college, more than likely got an education. And they sitting up here saying that a dude with no money can't do nothing. A dude with no money can't do nothing for him. That's crazy. That is crazy. Princess said, I like short guys, but they want a size 4. So I usually end up with taller guys because they like me more. I don't know what to tell you about those short guys who feel a certain type of way about weight or whatnot or whatever. I never had a problem. Like I said, I grew up around women, so for me it's whatever. I I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what to set up there and tell guys. The only thing I can sit up there say is like, unless these dudes are straight working out every single day and they're in the gym for life and they got like 12-pack, biceps, looking like they got a cobra on the side, on the side of, like their ribs and whatnot when they flex. I don't know. If it's like an average everyday dude, like you can't really sit up there and say nothing. I'm like, bro, you got weight, she got weight, match made in heaven. I'm like, I don't like I said, it's crazy. The main way I sat up there and told people is that I, in a sense, can't stand somebody who can't eat food because I'm a type of person that eats food, right? Even though it doesn't look like it. I enjoy food more than any. It's like food, and then in a sense, video games. Realistically, I'm just being real, right? So I love food, and you got to have somebody in a sense that matches up somewhere. And I've had instances of knowing people that don't really eat food. I'm like, bro, if I'm paying for this, I expect you to sit up there and be eating. It's like, I don't know what this is. I don't know what you think we're doing right now, but if I'm paying $100 to $200 or something dollars, you better be eating something. Like this, like, come on now. Come come on. Like we gonna have some problems, right? But like I said, that's just me. That's just me. But whatever. Ms. Ivory said they are flying these men out there going to tell you, sir, online ESP, not grown women with money. Wait. They are flying these men out. They're going to tell you out, sir. On wait, I'm a little bit confused on what you wrote, Miss Ivory. That threw me off. That threw me off. I'm trying to. I guess you're trying to say like grown women with money aren't flying guys out. I guess that's what you're saying. But the funny part is, I'll put it to you like this. I got to put it back to when I was younger. Let's say about like a 18, 19 type of deal. So the thing that I've learned and understood when I was a lot younger, when it deals with older women, right? Older women are not going to, let's say, do things for or fly out, or drive guys who are of the same age. Right, because they feel like that's just disrespectful. Like, I'm not about to do that for you. You're a man. You should be able to do it. Yada yada yada. All the other type of good stuff. When you're younger, when you're 18 and 19, women who are older than you, for whatever reason, it's like I'll sit up there and do it. It's like it's no problem, right? How nice they are, how sweet they are, how they'll decide that they want to spend some money directly on you, pay for stuff. It's crazy. What I'm like, So I'm like, the age, it makes a difference. Because I'm like, if you're a guy that's 30 and a woman is 30, she's not going to treat you the same as if you were a guy that's like 19, 20s. It's not going to be the same type of thing. Like the smiles that you just so happen to get, the hugs that it's not going to sit up there and be the same. Like I say, I can sit up there and look at when I was younger, right? Versus older, it's like almost two different like universes, even like conversation wise, two vastly different universes. I don't know, it needs to be studied. But you will have older women that will quote unquote fly out or drive to sea or whatnot or whatever. Younger guys, they may not do that for guys who are the same age, but they will do that for guys who are younger. I can tell you that beyond a shadow of a doubt. It may not be talked about openly, let's say like on a TikTok, YouTube, or whatnot or whatever, but no, older women are doing this stuff. There are a few younger guys directly out there. One dude, he makes videos cataloging the fact that he goes out there and tries to hit on and sleep with women and whatnot or whatever. And one of the women paid him $5,000. So yeah, you got women out here that will sit up there and pay money. It's crazy. And he said to ask on camera, he was like, so was it worth it? And she was like, yeah. So I'm like, there you go. So you do got women out here that will pay for guys. It's just going to be guys who are younger. Women aren't going to pay for guys who are at the same age or close to. It'd be like that. Karen C said, I'm not looking for a man because I have one, but all I was looking for was one that treats me like a person. As soon as I found one, I kept him, and it's been 20 years. That's good for you. Good for you that you found your person. The money said equal opportunity. Princess said, I like 5'7", the best, but your boyfriend is 6'4". See, I hate when y'all say that. Y'all always say that, this certain height is perfect. It doesn't have to be this, but then turn around, y'all got somebody that's like Nephilim. That's like the Twin Towers. It's like, what's the use of sitting up saying 5'7" is perfect? That's obviously a lie. Because like I said, all women out here want a tall guy. That just is what it is. Like I said before, I know a lot of my friends out here that are tall. And beyond a shadow of a doubt, just before anything else, just their height alone automatically gets them attention from women, right? This is not dealing with a job, money, car. Just because they're tall, automatically that marks off a check, and women are automatically checking for them. If you are a guy that is average height, women are not checking for you. I don't care what women sit up there and say. We know this to be a fact. Women are not checking. Because there are a lot of average height guys directly out here. Because if people actually look at, matter of fact, let me go to ChatGPT real quick. Let me sign in real quick. ChatGPT. Let's go there, guys. Since we're having a great conversation here. What is the percentage of men? Whoops, spelled that wrong. Let me see. Hold on, wait. Of men that are 6 feet tall around the world. Let's see. So ChatGPT just told me, right? The percentage of men who are 6 feet tall or taller varies by country, population, and group. Globally, it is estimated that about 4% of men reach or exceed 6 feet tall. However, the figures change significantly depending on the geographic location, genetics, and other factors. So, regional differences. The United States, approximately 14.5% of adult men are 6 feet tall or taller. In Europe, Northern European countries, e.g. Netherlands, Denmark, have a higher percentage of about 15 to 20%, while Southern Europe has a lower average. Asian and Latin America. In many Asian or Latin American countries, the percentage is less than 1 to 3 due to the shorter average of male height. Africa, it varies by region, with some populations, e.g. the Dinka people in South Sudan, having a much higher proportion of taller men. Overall, 6 feet tall is relatively uncommon worldwide, with most men falling in between 5'6" to 5'10". So yeah, for all intents and purposes, women that want a guy that's like 6 feet tall, you're searching for a needle in a haystack, just to be real. Just to be real, because going back to ChatGPT, worldwide, you're looking at what, 4% of the men's population. So out of 100% of men, 4% of that meets the criteria of being 6 feet tall. And that's what I want to say 90+% of women are pretty much, searching for. They want a guy that's tall, no matter what height those women are directly at. So that's where we are, guys. You got women out here looking for a needle in a haystack. It is crazy work. Miss Ivory said them older sugar mamas with money feel shamed by Kevin Samuels types. I mean, this is the thing I'll sit up there and say, Miss Ivory. A lot of, because every now and again, because Kevin Samuels will get, brought directly up. And the main thing that I try to remind people or tell people about is that I was watching Kevin Samuels before he was mentioning anything about women in relationships, right? I was on a whole thing where Kevin Samuels was on Facebook and he was talking directly to guys that would call in, and he would tell them how to dress. He would let them know, like, oh, you need to be taking this many showers a day. You need to learn how to wipe your backside. You need to, learn how to shave. You need to learn how to tie a tie and put a tie together. To mix and match and put a suit together. You need to, as a man, learn how to shave and how to do this, and you need to learn how to be more formal. You need to learn how to be like, he was saying a lot of stuff, right? And I can sit up there and be honest. When I was first watching him and I was sitting back listening, I'm like, man, I don't like the way this dude is sitting up here talking. It's like that, like I'm sitting up there taking offense as if he's talking to me, right? But then you got to sit back and think. I'm like, yo, I'm internalizing this. So obviously there must be something he's talking about that is hitting a note on, but I'm just not realizing it. So that's something that I need myself to sit up there and work on, right? So after that realization basically took place and happened, and this is dealing with the guys only content, listening to him when he was talking to other guys, it became real simple. There was no reason to sit up there and get offended, right? There was no reason to put any type of emotions directly in it, right? Before I came to the realization of what was taking place, you would have emotions involved, which is the wrong thing to do, right? Because you should be coming to a lot of conversations by way of logic, by way of information, right? By way of knowledge. You shouldn't be coming to a conversation just specifically through emotions. That's the wrong way to come to any conversation. And that will also have a conversation go completely left, right? So by me being able to gauge and look at Kevin Samuels' content by that lens, that newfound, shaped lens, everything made complete sense. Able to, take in, like I was sitting up there writing notes. I'm like, all right, he said this cologne will, match up with whatever, your scent as a man is, and these ties and these colors. Like I said, I was like, yo, I'm set. Like I'm already the type of guy that wanted to naturally just wear, the clothing, in a sense, clothing fashion sense from like the 40s and stuff, where it was normal to have a button-up shirt. You would have a tie and and all of these things. That was stuff that I already wanted to do, right? Because my mom would sit up there and buy me watches and stuff, and I always loved the watches, the pocket watches, and stuff like that. So mentally, I was already set to do a lot of these things. Just watching his content that just pushed, all of that, forward. So I knew specifically what exactly, to actually do. But then when I saw the exact same thing and how he would talk to men and young guys out here, he delivered that exact same thing to women. And I'm like, they're going through the exact same thing that mentally I was going through at that moment in time. But I'm like, they're not going to hit that note where it's like, let me just calm down and let me just figure out what's wrong and why it is that I'm replying to what he's saying in an emotional way versus looking at it from a logical perspective. A lot of those women out there weren't trying to do that. They were just trying to debate him down. They were trying to browbeat him. They were just trying to say that you're wrong because you're saying this, that, and the third, aka I don't like what you're saying because it's hurting my feelings. And a lot of the things that you're saying are pertaining to me, but I'm perfect the way that I am, and I don't need to sit up there and change. It's the men that need to change in order to be with it. It was that whole type of thing, and like I said, this is why at this moment in time, you don't have other men out here trying to, in a sense, specifically fit automatically that role. You have other dudes out there trying to copycat it. But to the effect of what Kevin Samuels was able to do in a short period of time that he was able to do it, you don't have other men out here able to do that. You do not have people able to, sit up there and do it. And like I said, he was talking directly to both sides. To both sides. Crazy work though. But yeah, I will sit up and say this though, to Ivory, you do have some dudes out here that push it far over what it should be going towards, because it's a difference between, somebody giving a critique in order to help you see what the problem is, in order to highlight and point out that problem that you may not know is aware. So they may have to trigger something in order for you to know, like, hey, there's a thorn there. Hey, there's a splinter there. You might want to smooth that out, right? Versus the other guys that want to just do it in a whole different type of way. And I'm like, I'm looking at some of the dudes online. I'm like, dog, you don't got no room to talk. I'm like, your cholesterol is completely high. you might be like 400 pounds. I'm like, bro, you need to just relax. You better be happy that you're even alive at this moment in time. The way that you're sitting up there moving your mouth directly on social media, I'm like, yeah, you might, brother, you might want to relax. You got a lot of things there that you need to get in shape before you start trying to, point the finger in another direction. Get yourself in order before you just so happen to do that. But this is where we are. Sham said, yeah, the problem with looking for someone rich is he got a lot of women at him all the time, including when he's married. I don't want that smoke. He can make 50K and less. I mean, yeah, that's true. But like I said, a lot of women, the thing that I've learned over time from being young and older is that a lot of women like chasing after what other women find attractive. If that makes sense to anybody. Whatever other women stamp as being like the most attractive guy, fields of women will go directly after they do. They'll chase him down. They'll have like the posters and swoon directly over whatever that guy happens to do. Right. But if you have normal average guys out here that women aren't stamping or branding as attractive, nobody's chasing them. Nobody's looking in their direction. That's how that works. Women specifically pay attention to what other women say. It's not really an individual on individual type of basis thing. It's more so group thing. On the other end, when it's guys, it's all across the board. A guy can be individual and be like, yo, this woman is attractive. I find her attractive. I'm dating her. In other instances, maybe it's a guy that finds a woman that's, I don't know why I sounded like a sheep right there, but it could be a guy out here that will find a woman attractive because maybe, he just saw her in a movie. Right, maybe she was on a magazine. Maybe she has a nice photo shoot on IG or X or something like that. Or then in the other instance, it might be a guy who finds another woman attractive, such as like Janet Jackson. That is a very beautiful woman, right? So, like I said, for guys, it's all across the board. When it deals with women, it's more so on groupthink. On if other women find them attractive, then they themselves are going to find the said guy attractive. Right. Miss Ivory said, I believe it. TikTok tells no lies. Yeah, that's bars. That is 100% bars. God said, I think it's a scam because I make decent money. And when I started making good money, I thought I'd be able to save, but more money you make, the more problems and bills you have. Bars. Yeah, that's true. Sham said, it's creepy if the first date is something expensive. The first date should be something light and have coffee or tea. The funny part is I think you might have missed those videos that I did where I was doing this quite commonly, where I went over videos where women of all different cultures, I'm sorry, not cultures, ethnicities, white, black, whatever. All of them at one point in time, about I want to say it should have been like 2023 to the start of 2024. Women were all across the board on TikTok and social media talking about, I'm not a coffee girl. I'm not a walk in the park girl. What do you think that I am going on a coffee date with you? Like coffee date is nothing. Like you put some more effort in. I'm like, are you kidding me right now? And then when I sat up there and started seeing white women do that, I'm like, oh, it's over. I'm like, it is when white women who normally are out here where it's like, yo, they like simple stuff, flowers and picnic in a park. When they're sitting up here talking about a coffee date, that is a no. Oh, it's over. It's over because I already know what every other woman out here is going to sit up there and say. It is already curtains. It is a downfall. It is the straight downfall because whenever you hear the voices out here when it deals with the dating world, at the top of that is normally white women. And then everybody else falls in after that. When white women basically say that something is, as I hate this word, when it happen to say an ick or a dislike or whatever it is, every other woman under white women will sit up there and say and follow the exact same thing. And I kid you not, like I said, go on TikTok. Go on TikTok. It is directly up there. Like I said, this is why I love the internet because it's a blessing and a curse. Because the main things that men used to talk about that people are like, oh no, you're lying on women. Women don't say this. They don't do this. Now we got social media. So now everything that men were always saying for all these decades, women can now see what men were talking about by way of TikTok, by women being honest with other women, by women doing their own podcasts and openly talking about these things and expressing these things. So like I said, now men are getting that vindication and people don't like it. They still want to try to say or formulate that men are lying when we're not. We're not lying. It's just the fact that people don't like the truth. Crazy work. Karen C said coffee dates are best because you can tell if you want to take them on a real date. Yeah, but you can't do anything if women don't want to go on coffee dates. And for the most part, I've seen a lot of areas on social media where they have these type of coffees where it's like chocolate. In a sense, they got different types of coffee or chocolate that you can try out. And like I said, it was some dope stuff. Like I said, I thought it was dope, right? Princess said it's wrong to date a man that you don't care about. Don't waste his money. Yeah, but see, that's the thing though. A lot of women feel that if a man is going to waste money, it should be wasted on her, even if they're not compatible. That's something as well that I've seen women talk about online. Crazy work. Like the amount of conversations that I've sat through and watched. Wow. I'm shocked that I even still have a brain right now. JD said, shake my head, black women don't get it. Sham said, an expensive date should be when you both decide you're the one for each other because it is an investment into a marriage or a commitment. That's true. Pink said, what is up, Pink? Said, I've had more men approach me during my son's Fortnite tournament than at any nightclub. Yeah, because this is the main thing that I tried to sit up there and state. And I have to preference this, right? Because Pink is a gamer, right? So it's different. For guys who love video games, like I'm a guy who loves video games, I play video games, right? Women who play video games are attractive. Like that's just like I said, how women normally say that if a guy is 6 feet tall, automatically they're looking at him and trying to date him, right? For guys, if we see a woman that is even of our age that is interested in video games, automatically we're going in that direction. You got guys that might not even know how to socialize or even how to talk to a woman or whatnot. They're going to be trying that very first time to talk to that woman. Be like, yo, you in the video games? Like, and then they're going to start going through, different video games to see, what era you specifically come from, how much of a gamer you specifically are. It's almost like you're trying to see if you would actually date that person, but you're using it in a sense with video games and that logic and different stuff like that. So yeah, that is going to sit up there and happen because a lot of guys, primarily, no matter what the stats like to say, because I read off an article where they like to say that 30 to 40% of women out here are gamers. I'm like, since when? I'm like, where are those women at? Because I'm like, somebody is lying. Because when I look on TikTok, that's not what I see. When I look on IG, that's not what I'm seeing. When I look on YouTube, that's not what I'm seeing. When I look on Twitter, that's not what I'm seeing. So I'm like, these numbers, I'm not sure where they're getting these numbers from. Because there's a difference between women who game on their cell phone versus women who are sitting there on a PC, right? Women who are sitting there on a console. Like I said, it's a vast difference. I've even used Twitch as an example. There's women there right now who don't actually really know how to actually play a game. They're just there to look cute versus women who know how to play a game. It's just like, it's about the gaming. And they're just there, they're sitting there, they're playing the game, they're locked in, they're focused. They might have, like a Mountain Dew or Coke directly on the side. They might have like some pizza. It is about the game, right? Those women right there, those are motherfucking gamers. I was supposed to edit that part. I was supposed to do self-editing, but like I said, I was locked in. Those are actual female gamers. That's what I consider female gamers, right? So it's going to be like that. The problem with this is I don't want fields of other women who are quote unquote talking about that they're trying to like look for a guy and they know that they would never be interested in a guy that plays video games to start going to a lot of these places to try to find it. I'm not trying to sit up there. It's almost like the whole thing with like Comic-Con and these anime scenes and whatnot. At one point in time, like the whole anime and the cosplay scene was dope, right? I've always wanted to go to them at a point in time before they got mainstreamed. But yeah, at one point in time, it was a lot more, natural in a sense. Now, when you go to these things and you see women doing cosplay, it's almost like watching Twitch. It's like all the women just want to dress up as like something provocative and sexy or a sexy version of a character. I'm like, dog, what is this? I'm like, for all intents and purposes, it looks like you're about to start working the pole real quick. Like you just about to go to the club. Because I'm like, there's barely any clothes there. It's like it's really not any type of thought. Versus if I see some women out there and they're doing like Warhammer cosplay, like they actually did a lot of work directly in it. I'm more impressed with that than some woman walking through a Comic-Con or whatever half naked. I'm like, dog, like what is this? Go to a beach somewhere. Like you're just at this moment in time really looking for attention. You're not even here because you, in a sense, know about or like any of this stuff. You're just here because this is where you can get free attention for your IG or whatever it is that you do online. Like it's crazy, and that gives women who are about cosplay and Comic-Con and all these places like a bad name. Like I don't know. Like I said, maybe it's just me. Sham said, "Yeah, these women live in a fantasy." To many romantic novels and shows, I live in reality. It's safer to live in reality, easier to spot troubled waters that you don't want to tread into. True. Miss Ivory said, dang, I know I'm not that heartless on a date with a guy. Maybe the generation I grew up in as Gen X. You treat me, I treat you. No, that's respect right there. That's all love right there. And realistically, that's how it should be. But when you deal with the generation of now, they're like, it's about a me. They're not trying to do nothing for any other type of dude. The moment in time a dude is like, let's say like a guy took them on 100 dates, and the guy's like, all right, I took you on 100 dates. Like, could you take me out? The women will be like, take you out. So you want to be treated like a woman now? You acting real sassy. You want to be treated like a female? I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, okay. I'm like, everything is cooked. It's done. It is just done. Everything is burnt to the ground. I don't even know why everything is continuing right now, because you got women that can have 100 things done for them, thousands of dollars spent on them. But then when a dude is like, yo, could you do, a little bit of something for me? They freaking out. They losing their minds. Magically, the dude is sassy. He's feminine. He wants to be a woman now. It's crazy. It's crazy. The tactics and the wordings that are used in order to shame guys to not look for or ask for the same type of treatment is crazy. This, like, it needs to be studied. It needs to be studied 100%. Rabbit said dudes will smash anything these days. That's why twos got confidence. I mean, true. That is true. Can't lie. That's true. Ivory said, what caused their tallness balances out their weight size? Wait, what causes their tallness balances out their weight size? I mean, I guess. I think Goth is replying to JD. Princess said, right, I can't stand people that don't eat LOL because I'm a whole chef. Yo, that's dope. Much love and appreciation to your chefing skills directly out there. Keep, flipping of the wrist. Keep that going. Like I said, one of these days I'll be just like you. I'll be a chef. I mean, I like to eat. So, be like that. I mean, more so I'm like, well, technically I can eat anything realistically. The only thing I don't really do is sea urchin. Well, talking about sushi. Sea urchin, for anybody who's a sushi lover directly out there, if you like standard issued sushi like tuna, salmon, yellowtail, and all that, scallions and scallops and whatnot, lobster, and what was it, octopus and whatnot, sea urchin is an acquired taste. That was the first time in my life where I ate that and my body was like, don't you ever do this again. And I listened to my body that day. I was like, yeah, that one piece, that was it. Because I immediately felt that. My body was like, what did you just do? It was like all the systems just stopped. And it was like, we did not have an accident. This is day 0 of 000 that we've had an accident. It was like, now this is about to be day 1. It's like, if you do this one more time, it's going to be over. You're going to ruin these numbers. We've been doing great. Don't mess up this factory, right? So it was crazy. Ivory said, food is good. Yeah, food is good. Sham said, I like food, but I got to be careful. I'm insulin resistant since I was little, so I can't have carbs and sugar. I got you. Miss Ivory said, oops, my bad, Seji, with the older woman statement, typing too fast. but you do have some that fly them out. Yeah, I got you. Sam said, LOL, young men, watch out for those Cougars now. It might sound like a good deal, but she's grooming you for a reason. But see, this is the funny thing though. The funniest thing is when it deals with younger guys being with older women. Speaking from experience of being a younger guy, we never really saw it as a problem or issue. We didn't really see it as like anything negative. It was like, all right, it was attention, right? So if you're 18 or 19 and you're a guy just getting out of high school or whatnot or whatever, you're not really getting that attention that you want from the girls of your age that you're trying to chase down, knock down the door, everything. Like you're literally trying to get the numbers, going to the malls, you're going to the meetups, all of these things, right? You're even trying to talk to some of them, passing by the store or whatnot. Like, yo, hey, all that good stuff. And it's not working, right? So it's like, all right, whatever. You're not giving up, but you're pretty much just like staying neutral. And then you just out of nowhere might be a woman that's older. She might be late 20s or her 30s or whatnot, whatever. And she's the one sitting up there trying to talk to you. She's introducing herself. She's trying to get your number. It's a whole different thing. And it's like, whoa. It's like, wait a minute, what just happened here? It's like, hold on. It's like, wait a minute, I'm supposed to be doing this. But it's like, due to the fact that you've been through so many L's, it's like, yo, for me, I'm like, hey, this is a win. I'm like, hey, ain't no problem here. It's like, hey, take me as I am. And that's how, younger guys, well, at least for me, that's how I looked at it, right? But when you flip that and you have young girls saying that, people are like, oh no, those guys are predators. They're this, they're that. I'm like, what are we talking about right now? I'm like 18, 19. I knew exactly what it was that I wanted, what it was that I was going for. Right. I didn't do nothing that I didn't want to do. Right. Nobody forced me into or forced me to do anything. But for whatever reason, when you got the girls out here that's 18 and 19, people are like, oh my God, they're children. How could you do this? Oh, they're innocent. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, who are these people talking about that they're innocent? Because I'm sitting up there looking back and I'm looking at some of these girls in high school. I'm like, they already had kids. I'm like, what are we talking about innocence? They probably were innocent when they were 14, but not now. Some of them got twins right now. Like, what are we talking about here? But I'm like, hey, all right, whatever. People want to make up whatever story. It's crazy. Princess said, nah, the tall guys that you like that can throw me in the air, but the short guys I like to cuddle and stuff. LOL. I'm only 5 feet though, so maybe it's just that's light. That's like you're at the floor. You're 4'11. You're not even 5 feet. You're 5 feet because of the soles and whatever shoes that you're wearing. You on barefoot land. You are 4'11. You are 4'11 on barefoot land. 4'11. Because I promise you, you said the guy that you're with is about like 6'4". So yeah, you basically come up to like his waist. Like you're basically half of him. Since height wise, if not a little bit more. A little bit less or whatnot. You said, in my experience, shorter men come at me with Kevin Samuel stats about obesity, and I'm not even big, but they say a size 12 and 14 is disgusting. Like I said, this is my thing. I don't know what to tell y'all. Some dudes out here just don't know what to even like say. Going from let's say like middle school, high school, and whatnot, all different sizes. Well, that's just me. If a woman is attractive, she is attractive. Like that's basically how I look at it. The weight thing is not. It's in a sense like a whatever. Of course, for me, I do have a weight limit because I'm like, I've heard stories of dudes sitting up there like dying, and obviously the woman was like heavy. So I'm like, yeah, I do have a weight limit. But like I said before, if a woman is beautiful, she is beautiful. Like that's why I brought up case in point, Lizzo. Lizzo is pretty. It is undeniable that you sit up there and see Lizzo, that girl is attractive, right? It was just the fact that people were focused directly on her weight. And I'm like, yeah, she gotta, kind of do something directly about that. And she's been doing that. And I'm like, wow, Lizzo. I'm like, what's I was like, Lizzo, you looking real great. Like, you looking nice, right? So, you know, like I said, I don't know. A lot of dudes out here just, I don't know. Like I said, chances are a lot of the dudes that want to be heavily judgmental on women and their weight, they're not even working out themselves, just to be real. A lot of those guys have probably never went to the doctor in a very long time. So they don't know what's even going on with themselves. Um, and then you got a lot of dudes that live in like this fairy tale land where they feel that a woman should be like a toothpick or something like that. And I'm like, that don't even make no sense. I'm like, women who have weight are women who have weight. Like, I'm trying to I'm trying to sit up there and say this in a different way. Um, I don't know how to sit up there and say it without it sounding strange. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna skip over that one. But like I said, for me as a man, I would feel as though that a guy would actually want a woman that is, for all intents and purposes, a woman, right? And this is not me sitting up there saying that women who don't have, a certain type of weight, they are not women. Not sitting up there saying that, right? Because like I said, I've dated women who are in like the 130s. Well, technically, I gotta really switch that because like women who are like 130 on a woman is different from 130 on a guy. Because I remember when being younger, I was with a girl who was 130, and I'm like, I know we about like the same weight, but I'm like 130 on you. Wow, I'm like, it's like I can't explain. It's like you would have to be a guy to like really understand, to like just sit there and understand that this is a woman who is the exact same weight as you, but when you look at it on her, it's like wow, right? It's that type. It's like you just sit in awe in a sense, right? It's almost like you just saw like a rare um meteor shower for the first time in your life, and you're just like sitting there and like your jaw just on the floor, like you're just astonished, right? That's how I looked at that. So weight is way different on women, because there's women I've seen on social media that work out, and I think one of the women might have been like 185 to like maybe like 204 or something like that. And 180, when you think about 185 and 204, like people are just like thinking about like, you got guys out here that's like, oh, that's like Jabba the Hutt. It's like, no, 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 no. 185 to do something on a woman that is about average height, if not maybe a little bit, it is a whole different story. It is a whole different story. But like I said before, you can't tell a lot of guys stuff. A lot of guys will rather stay in whatever mental capacity or vision that they have of a woman, and they would just rather it be that. Because even when you have women who are toned and in shape, you'll have a lot of those guys still find a problem or an issue. They'll still try to, oh, she still has too much weight. I'm like, dog, shut up. I'm like, she could probably outrun you on the track. I'm like, I need you to shut up. I just need you to just back down. We just know this one ain't for you. This ride is not for you. Right? Princess said, in my experience, shorter guys come at me with the conversation about obesity and 24. Right. Just talking said, so glad I'm 6 feet tall. Right. Shem said, telling I'm taller than most men, so it doesn't matter to me if you're short. I can reach my own stuff on the shelf. Plus, kissing someone shorter is no problem for me. Right. Princess said, I just look for extraordinarily intelligent men, right? Look said, at first it looked like it said 6'11" because the I was close to the one. Nick said, I'm 6'1", might be too short too. I've never been chosen for this height. Yo, like I said, glory to the winner. I know a lot of my guy friends directly out here who are 6 feet, if not taller. They have no problems getting women at all. Ever since I've known them, they've never had issues getting women at all. From high school to now, never had issues, right? Everyone should be writing people is in their videos. All right, Mad Hatter. You said what? You shouldn't be writing people. Writing people is satanic. Writing people have gotten people killed. Everyone should be confident in their looks aren't everything. Everyone gets old or dies young. Male rappers put strippers in their videos first, and we're asked if that was a good image, and they said, and I quote, "We are not role models. Hypocrites is why men aren't taken serious, but they aren't role models." Um, at one point in time, I used to be mad about that, but again, they aren't role models. If at any moment in time that you as a grown ass adult are looking up to a rapper or a video vixen, you gotta feel the problems. That's the best way I can sit up there and tell you. I don't think at any moment in time that in my life I really looked at a rapper as a role model. I looked at the black men that were in my community or in my family as role models, or better yet, even some of my friends who might have been, a few years older than me because of how responsible in the way that they conducted themselves, in life. I looked at them in a sense as a role model, right? As you would look to an older brother. So, like I said, I don't know what to tell you on that one, Mad Hatter. I don't know what to tell you. God said, but some people need to be told that because they weren't home trained. I'm like, nah, friend, that comes over first, puts his feet on a coffee table. My wife went off. Yeah. What was it? Smoke said, bruh, it's been years since your channel popped up, which is crazy because I've been subscribed. I remember when you first started selling merch. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Yeah, that was that was heavily during like what was it, like the first part of the pandemic? The first or second part of the pandemic. So yeah, that was a while. So yeah, you've been all the way from there all the way to 2025. Welcome home. Welcome, happy 2025. But yeah, that's YouTube at work. That's how they tend to do when it deals with the notifications. That's how it tends to go. But I'm happy that you're here. Matt Hatter said male rappers were told that they shouldn't put strippers in their music videos back in the 90s and the 2000s. The rappers are quoted on a documentary about video vixens as saying we're not role models because they're not. They're not. Princess said, wait, Baba dates are wait. Baba dates. What is that? Boba dates? I think that is that Boba? Okay, boba dates are my favorite dates because I make the waffles to go with it. Wait, what is that? What is? I need you to explain to me what that is because that just threw me for a loop. I thought I was reading that. I was like, is that Baba Duke? Is that Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo? I'm like, what? I'm like, what? Like, what is that? Let me know. I feel like you're speaking in code technically. Karen C said coffee dates make me happy. That's dope. Sham said, nah, it's creepy because you get the feeling that the date is expensive. I'm obligated to do something for a stranger. I'm cool with tea/coffee or a walk in the park as a first date. See, that's simple. But again, y'all are talking as a different caliber of, again, I don't know everybody's age here, but I'm guessing that, we got women who are here in their 30s, right? So we're looking at, let's say like mid 30s, probably 40s or something like that. So again, we're dealing with, women of a different caliber, right? Of a different type of maturity, versus the other woman that's directly out here on social media. Matt Hatter said men wanted women to be okay with no marriage because it's just a piece of paper and an open relationship in bisexuality. What? My girl. Oh, okay, I got what you. My girl got a girl. Famous song promoted. Okay. Men have introduced the idea of marriage being just a piece of paper and a woman coming in 21 flavors like Baskin Robbins. And Baskin Robbins, you and guys like you regret gaslighting women into being freaks. I just want a man to be honest about it and quit pretending like they don't see my comments. I see your comments, but it's like some of the stuff that you're saying is I get what you're saying, but again, if other people decided to follow what it is that the rappers or the video vixens did, that's on them. I grew up in whatever time frame that you're talking about. I didn't subscribe to any of that. And the women that I was, let's say like high school, the girls that I was sitting up there going for, it was nothing of which that you were even talking about. Like, just like I said, everybody got their own way in life, and how it is that they decide to move, and what it is that they subscribe to at the end of the day. So if people decided to pay attention to the wrong thing and emulate that, that's on them. Like I said, there's tons of male rappers that got kids. I didn't do that. I'm not like running around like Future out here with like 9 or 12 kids. I ain't doing that. But um, let me see. Yo, CNG, what is up? What's up? Said, love me a chick that loves Bleach and Dragon Ball Z. Oh yeah. Oh yo, CNG. I'm not sure if you play video games, but Bleach does have a fighter coming out, and I will be getting that. At first, I overlooked it, but then I saw like this black guy on YouTube and he was talking about it. I was like, oh, this is technically like, this is a decent anime fight. I'm like, oh, and everybody is different. It's not like a copy. Oh, I'm like, okay, you might got me. This might be the first time that I'll actually have a Bleach type of game. I'm like, all right, you got me. I ain't been technically psyched about something like this since Jump Force. And I actually did a video on Jump Force breaking that down. That video, let me mind you, that video went nowhere. Oops, I literally spent hours on that breakdown video of Jump Force trying to, break down certain. Man, I was felt like I was really in my bag that day, but obviously not. Men said for the ladies in the chat. That's crazy. Karen C said, I'll be honest. The guy that you're with is 1 to 2 years younger than my parents. Oh, I mean that it'd be like that. Like I said, women are attracted to older guys. This is the main reason why I laugh when a lot of like younger guys, they really think that they winning out here when they don't understand that how to put this in a better in a better circumstance, because it's like it's almost like I put into an anime like Dragon Ball Z type of thing, where it's like when men get older, with age and whatnot, women find them more attractive. It's a certain way I wanted to like basically say it, but I couldn't figure it out. But yeah, it's basically it's like that, right? The older a guy gets, the more attractive he gets to a woman. The younger a guy is, the less of a selection that you have. That's realistically that is the thing. Because like I said, a lot of women ain't trying to just like look at a younger dude and be like, that's 20 or 25, like, yeah, let's get married. No, women are looking at older guys that are in their 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, and they're trying to chase those guys down and get married, lock them down, and get pregnant. Like I said, it's a difference. But a lot of young dudes don't understand that. They think that they winning right now because they can just add up a whole bunch of bodies and da 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 da. But I'm like, you can add up those bodies, but how many of those bodies were committed? Right? How many of those bodies that you actually had a long relationship with that person to not only learn about them, but to also learn about yourself, and within that grow from that. When you ask a lot of those young guys that their brains cut off, they don't know nothing about that, because they're not trying to actually grow. They're just trying to just be in that moment. They're going to try to figure out and grow when they're in their 30s or when they're getting close to their 30s. And I'm like, bro, you should have been doing this through your 20s. Like I said, but they'll find out. They'll find out when they sit up there and reach 30. You're going to start to see a lot of the content that they used to do is going to be changing. You already got some of the young content creators. They're about like hitting 24, 25. In their timeline, that's considered old. Right. And within that timeline, I'm pretty much considered ancient or archaic. Right. So, like I said, they feel like time is pretty much dwindling down. Now it's like, 25. Oh, let's do or die right now. I got to sit up to get myself together. Like, it's crazy. It is crazy. What was it? Nook said Candy Crush ain't gaming. I mean, yeah. Mad Hatter said men promoted women being bisexual. I love lesbian energy has been sung of many rappers and Jerry Springer for decades. Men gaslighted Western women to be a freak in bed. I mean, I guess. I mean, the funniest thing is, I'm just going to be real with you. I'm not sure how old you are, but when I was growing up, there were girls. I'm talking about from like middle school and high school. There were girls. I was still a virgin, right? And I told people this before, like around the age of like 19. Again, I'm late compared to everybody else. Other guys out here, they'll sit up there and tell you that they lost theirs at like 14 or something like that, right? So I'm basically ancient, by the time that, in a sense, happened. Again, being transparent, being honest. So throughout my time of middle school and high school, I'm sitting up there looking at girls in my age range like they weren't even virgins. I'm like, how is that even possible? I'm like, yo, what's happening? It's, I'm like, how did they even, like work out? Like what specifically happened to, lead to that actually transpiring, right? So I'm like, to try to sit up there and say that it was solely, in a sense, men that led to women doing these things, that's not even being wholeheartedly honest. Because like I said, a lot of the women that I've known throughout my life, they lost their quote unquote V card before I did. So yeah, just saying. But like I said, nobody likes to talk about that. Nobody wants to mention that. See, Terry, what is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Princess says sea urchin. Yeah. Was the sushi raw? Of course. Of course. Kiza said, what is up? Seji in chat. What is up? What is up? What is up? Matt Hatter said, younger guys harass older women and tell them they can't handle it. You guys get on media and you just love to embarrass your own people. I don't know why. What are you talking about? Like that, like don't even make any type of sense. I'm like, as a guy who was young during that time, it's like, nah, that's not the conversations that were even like. That's a heavy generalization, right? Because I can sit up there and tell you from firsthand, those were not words that I even used. Actually, it was quite the contrary, where the older women were sitting up there telling me that I couldn't handle them. So, like I said, I don't know where your sources are specifically coming from, but you got to do some better research. Because like I said, I was doing this before, this whole internet thing, right? This is back when people were just picking up a phone, calling, the normal phone lines and just trying to talk to people, get a date or whatnot or whatever. So yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Let me see what we're gonna do with Vincent is that we're going to pack you on up there, sir. You're not going to be writing that nonsense there. He said, Karen C said, "Cute won't pay your bills." Yeah. Yo, radio, what is up? What is up? Matt Hatter said, "I haven't met a pregnant 14-year-old in the black community in 20 years." You said you guys get on YouTube and you quote the white man's lies. When's the last time you seen a pregnant 14-year-old black? What are you talking about? What are you talking about pregnancy? Like you're just talking anything, right? I would almost want to sit up there and call you a bot, but bots are way smarter than this. Like who talked about pregnant 14-year-olds? Talking about being young and people losing their virginity. That was the main thing that was mentioned. Like you're just moving the goalposts to somewhere else because your line is running short. Like that's crazy. You said radio said high school hormones are at its peak, like the F world these people are from. Yeah. You said back in the day, 30 and 40-year-old black men used to get 14-year-old girls pregnant because nobody cared, but it doesn't happen anymore. And yes. Dog, what are you talking about? Like, bro, you're just sitting up here saying anything. Like I said, I don't even know who you are. You're just saying like random stuff. And it's like, no, everybody's uncle is not that. Bro, you need to you need to sit up there and relax. Like realistically, because at first you might have been making some sense. Now you're just like saying whatever. Cause it's like now you're talking about like back 30 or 40 years ago. We're talking about 2025. You're talking about a whole different time period where people thought about age and whatnot way differently. Like I said, if people talk to a lot of their grandparents ages will sit up there and mystify a lot of people. right? But we're talking about 2025 right now, right here. But like I said before, if you want to talk about young kids, young teenagers getting pregnant, they're still getting pregnant. I can tell you that because you can see them on social media, but people don't like to do their research. Princess said, "Why does everyone tell me I'm 4'11"? You're 4'11. I can tell you. I've known a lot of short women directly in my life, a lot of short girls, and for whatever reason, y'all always want to sit up there and say that you are taller than what realistically you are. Blatant lies. You could be wearing flats and then magically, like, I'm 5'8" today. No, you're not. You barely come above the light switch. It's like it's no way possible that you're 5 foot anything. So I was like, yeah. I tell one of my other moderators, Tana, that all the time. He said, what I'm saying is that it's not feminism, it's what has not been allowed to be said. Okay. All right. Sham said, oh, you're talking about Boba, I'm sure it was. Yeah, I don't even know what that is. Radio said more cushion for the pushing, pretty much. Princess said, I got hips and breasts and thighs, so I'm a solid thick 178, and he was 160, but still bigger than me in the waist. Not fat, but muscular. I mean, yeah, 178 is normal. It's like, yeah, on somebody, on a woman that's short, 178, that's pretty much, yeah, it's gonna be like stacked. Yeah. It's solid. Like the wind is not going to, be pushing it, but everything is going to have, shape directly to it. Yeah. What was it? Let me see. Sham said women weight is a bit different. Like I'm tall and I have hips and a big chest, so my size varies. And yeah, I'm going to be heavy. I'm not fat, so you can't go by numbers. Yeah. Matt Hatter said, do you guys want the older males access to minor? What are you even talking about right now? You hated it when you was in high school, but you like it. Quit breaking your own rules and using females as breed. What are you even talking about? Right? Like you're just talking about some random, like, dog. The amount of female teachers that I've talked about at the moment in time who are going after students, both male and female. And then this is what like I said, this is why, this is why I love social media, because you got people that will literally focus on one thing, but not focus on the overall arching problem. But like I said, it is what it is. Mario said you also have to take bone density when, oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Good note on that, Mario. That's true. Bone density is another thing as well, too, because some people have thicker bones, which could also then, make it seem as though they weigh more when it deals with, like the muscle and the fat content that, is around there. What was it? Princess said that thigh and booty muscle weight is a lot. Yeah, especially on women. Yeah. Yep. Princess said, for real though, I know I'm healthy because I can run 4 miles before I get out of breath. Yo, that's dope. That is good. I was gonna make a short joke, but I was like, nah, I ain't gonna do it. Sham said, me too. Thighs and booty muscle for me comes from me walking a lot and hit the gym for swimming. Muscle does weigh more than fat though. Yeah, that's true. Let me see. Sham said, I hate shopping for me because my height comes from my legs, and then I'm built like a black woman. So top are too small and the chest is too large and the waist and my fit's weird for the build on my body. Okay, I got you. Yo, Jesus, what is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me see what we got. Ms. Princess said boba tea is milk tea. Okay, I got you. You said not bibbity bobbity boo. Shab said, I'm just saying, clothing is not designated for black women, clothing is not designated for black women, even swimsuits. My body, my size is not designed for white women with no. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. See, Terry said, "Whoa." Um, Princess said, "I like the brown sugar boba and taro milk teas." Princess said, "That's why I prefer guys older than 30." I mean, I mean, okay, yeah. I get you. I get you. Yeah. Like I said, you know, I had a comment for that one, but then I was like, you know what? You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Marcus Main said white folks at the start of the video know that they can file a complaint with the EEOC, right? That goes for black folks too. GT said, I'm 36 last week. I'm 36 last week. My date, who was 26, referred to me as old, like grand. Yeah, that's like I said, that's how it in this generation of those who are in their 20s, anybody who was 30 and 40, they're going to like look at them like ancient, which is crazy to me. Cause I'm like, y'all ain't that far from 30. So I'm like, then when y'all if you're in your 20s right now and you reach 30, that means that you should be dead. Just to be real. If you're going to say that we're old now, you should be dead by the time you reach 30. But they're not going to do that. They're going to try to rewrap it as like, that's the new 20 right here. Nah, no, it ain't. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Your 20s are gone. You're now in another decade. So that's what we're going to be looking at. GT said, I mean, I wasn't feeling the age gap for real. I mean, you're not. I mean, 30 and 20 is not that far apart. Now it's different when you sit up there and say 40. That's a little bit different. But when you're dealing with the younger generation, they want to feel as though that they are different from everybody else and that they're the only ones that are able to, really understand, assume, and be in that era, or whatnot or whatever. It's almost like dealing with kids in a sense where they feel like their parents can't understand what it's like to be a child or what it's like to be a teenager. They feel like they're the only ones, like adults were just born adults and then kids were just born kids, able to grow into adults. It's crazy work. Elin said, when white Christian nationalists call me racist, I think it's hilarious. It'd be like that. Radio said, girls, the real savages. A lot of dudes, we don't go till sometimes after high school when we finally get some. Sometimes, most of the times before that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. I ain't gonna read the rest of it though. But yeah, that's true. Princess said, I cook my sushi. Now, the funny part is there was a place that I went to that actually cooks. They have like deep fried sushi. It was the best thing I ever had in my life. I didn't know that you could actually deep fry sushi. I was like, wow, this is incredible. I'm like, and I had to have that if I had money realistically during that time, I would always be buying that. I would always be buying it. Sham said 14. I was still playing with Barbies. LOL. I was completely a late bloomer. I didn't even have sex yet. 14. Man, people be growing up too fast. I like to be a child. I never wanted to grow up. Yeah. Yo, 9. What is up? Ty said, here we go. Yeah, I already got him. I already got that dude, Vincent. I packed him right on up earlier. You said, Ty said, I have to leave for a bit and the trolls come out. Yeah, it'd be like that. Prince said, ironically, I really wanted to be 5'8" when I was 12. He was like, when I grow up, I want to be able to look above the doorknob. One of these days, I'll be 5'8". And it never happened. Ty said, I'm fat. I don't care. This man. Princess said, black people skeleton is about 20 pounds more than the average white person. Huh. That's interesting. Ty said, I'd be rolling around like a bowling ball. This man is crazy. This man, and it's like when he explains that, it's like I literally imagine a bowling ball just like going around the room like it was crazy. Princess said the older guy I dated was 42. The 5'7" guy that was obsessed with Kevin Samuels, loved him so much though. He said he would marry me if I got down to 130. That dude is an idiot. I think. What did you say? You said you were about like at 170. You said 178. That dude's an idiot. How much did he weigh? Let me know how much that dude weighed. Like, what was the dude like? Was he like what, like athletic? Was he like a track star or something, like in the yesteryears? Like, how was that specific? Because that's the one thing I always want to know. Whenever I hear when women tell me that guys want them to be a certain weight, I'm like, so what was the weight of this dude? What was the specific height? What were the eating habits? Because I'm like, I got questions. Because just to be real, I'm like, my eating habits would be what you would consider that of a guy that is probably like 300 pounds, right? The amount of stuff that I sit up there and eat. But my body doesn't actually keep it and store it. It gets burned directly off. And this is why I told y'all before that it took about like 6 years for me to just gain like 30 or whatever pounds, right? So it's like when I happen to hear these other dudes out here trying to tell a woman that she needs to be at a certain weight, I'm like, bro, I need to see how you eat every single day. Cause I'm like, you can't be sitting up there eating like me and having the exact same weight that I have. Cause I'm like, yeah, nah. Cause a lot of dudes do not have a fast metabolism at a later age. I can tell you that. Cause I could walk around, in real life and sit up there and see it. But I know that a lot of dudes still eat a lot of trash. So I'm like, if you know that you eat trash, your metabolism is not where it used to be, you don't have the right to sit up there and tell a woman that she needs to be at 130. The last time you've been at 130 was when you were 13. I'm like, you can't do this. You can't do this. This is not for you to sit up there and do. If you got a woman that is willing to sit up there and be with you at the weight that you are at, you need to just sit up there and shut up and just sit there and just be fine. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. Cause like that's crazy. That is diabolical. Sham said, "LOL, Princess. I was 5'8" at 12. Damn, it's not all it cracks up to be though. No, let me tell you. I was like, what I say? He was like, I'm 5'2" out here at 264. I swear you told me a whole different weight class. I swear you told me a whole different weight class before. The funniest thing, Sham, there was a girl that I knew. What was the girl name? Vanessa. I think I told you a story about her. I think Vanessa probably was about 5'8". Because I remember I was able to look up to her. So I was shorter. I was probably about like maybe at that time like 2 inches like shorter than her because it was like middle school. Because I didn't hit like a, what, testosterone growth spurt, whatever it is at that time. And I remember I was looking up to Vanessa every single time. It was like looking at like the like the little baby on like Teletubbies. It was like that, but it was like looking at her. It was like because Vanessa, she was pretty, right? And I also had a crush on her at that time. So no, actually, being a girl being 5'8" at 12 is not a bad thing because I trust me, somebody, some dude out there actually likes her, is looking directly up to her like the sun. Trust me, because I was one of those guys, and that was back in middle school. Princess said, at first I was 166 pounds, but ate my feelings because he was kind of mean about it and called me obese, even though I felt skinny, and other people said I was small. Taller people said that. He was 160. I weighed him. So he was 160 at about, and you said about 5'7"? That don't make no sense. At this moment, like I told y'all before, it takes me a while to actually like gain weight because if I don't eat the same things, then weight starts sliding off. At one moment in time, I was 165. I weigh myself today. I'm basically about to be touching 159. I tell you, fast metabolism, it is a blessing and a curse. Like I said, I wouldn't give it up for the world. It is what it is. But going back to what you stated, I'm pretty much around the same height and the weight as that guy. That dude is just stupid. And you said he was like 42. He's stupid. He's 100% stupid. 100% stupid. Yeah, that's the best I got for you. He's just 100% stupid. You made the right choice in not trying to wait or further along with that guy, and you made the right choice in not trying to accommodate what it is that he wanted. Because realistically, at 160, 5'7", 5'7", I can tell you even by looking at myself, I'm like, yeah, you're not fully in shape, but it's not like for him that he would be like, obese. But I'm like, yeah, there's areas that you need to work out. I can sit up there and tell you that just by looking at myself. There are areas that you need to sit up there and work out and get directly in shape. So for him to ask of you to lose weight makes no sense when I know for a fact that he more than likely wasn't doing that himself. And especially you say he was 42. Yeah, he wasn't doing that. Everything for him was pretty much, like set in stone. He felt that, all right, I'm here. Women come see me. That's probably, his whole, mentality directly with that. Miss Terry said, good. Vincent was who I said whoa to. I was, yeah, that dude Vincent, he was just writing some, I don't know what that was. That dude was smoking crack. See, Terry said, I was 5'4" on my permit that I obtained at 15, and I'm still at the same. You know what? I'm not even gonna lie to you. Miss Terry, when I originally saw your picture directly on IG, I thought you were probably about like a good 5'7", 5'8". That's what I thought. But then you're like, actually, you're 5'4". I'm like, wow, that's crazy. I thought you were way taller. I thought you were way taller. Ty said, trying to see if Seiji caught my lie. Yeah, because I'm like, this man told me like way different like weight class and whatnot before. I'm like, man, this dude out here fabricating. Maddie said, I'm 5'7". Yo, what is up, Maddie? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Welcome to the channel. You said I'm 5'7" and love heels. Makes me feel like an Amazon. Yeah, a lot of women do love heels. A lot of women happen to like heels, especially women who are short. And usually women who are short that happen to wear heels, they're the main ones that'll tell a guy that's 5'8", 5'7" that, they're too short for them. And I'm like, brother, I can pick you up. I can throw you like what's actually happening. And then the other thing I want to state before too is that the thing that's jacked up, right? Because again, I'm a guy, I'm pretty much, I'm just gonna say I'm short. I like to just tell people I'm 5'4", Wolverine's actual height, right? So even when you have shorter guys, we're able to sit up there and pick up women who are about like a good 2+. And the funniest thing is when shorter guys happen to pick up those women, people are actually shocked. I'm like, I don't understand why women think that only tall guys or guys who work out can actually pick up women who are like 200+. Like, that's crazy to me. I'm like, what? How do y'all think like the world actually works? Like, there's a lot of guys out here that work physical labor that are not 6 feet tall, 274 solid muscle of steel. Like, just saying. Shout out to all the short kings out there. Shout out. We in here. The quietest said hello. What is up there, Quiet Mouse? Ty said, and I'm pretty sure for back to Maddie, I'm pretty sure you got heels that put you about in the range of maybe like, let's say like 6'2", like 6'2", 6'3", or something like that. So yeah, you're gonna be walking out there like an Amazon, and every guy out there gonna be looking up like, wow, I can't believe she's so tall. It's like, yeah. Ty said football, track, and wrestled. He said, I'm fat, out of shape, but give me a few months and I'll be back in shape again. Yeah. Right. Like I said, the same shape. I looked at previous pictures from when I was younger, and I'm like, technically, I still look the same. You can just tell that there is weight there, right? Because it's a difference between being a guy that's about, let me see, what was that, like 135 to like 140, right? Being there, because I kid you not, if you're a guy and you're about like 5'7", 140, any little bit of workout that you do, automatically you're going to see results. That was the one thing that I loved about being at like a 140. I could do just a couple days of like a workout and I'm automatically seeing results. Like, you sitting up there feeling like a god. I'm like, oh, I'm seeing like cuts, I'm seeing this, I'm seeing that. I'm like, it was crazy. I'm like, man, this is amazing. Now it's like, but once you gain more weight, you have to do even more work for that muscle to, really develop and, and show through. So, Sham said, LOL, I wish guys were more vocal about them finding me pretty in high school. They waited till the end of the year to say that I was really pretty and gave me their numbers. I thought I was ugly for 4 years. No, it be like that. It be, it's things that in a sense get directly in a way. Because let me see, in high school, a lot of times if guys happen to see other guys around you, it was like, she got it. She already got like a sea of people basically, following her and whatnot. Because there was like what was that one girl name? I think it was like Waylene. Again, I don't know why her parents named her that, but it was this one girl that I knew, Waylene, and the body type that she had was like something that I never seen. It was like the body type that some women of now try to get, where she had thighs and a butt just like naturally, right? And it would be like the size that women of now would be trying to get from a doctor, but she had that naturally in high school, right? So it was like small up top, but like everything else, directly at the bottom and everything. And when you happen to see, girls during that time, it's like, yeah, you think about it, but then you're like, for a lot of guys during the time, I'm going all over the place, but for a lot of the times for guys in high school, we look at it as a game of chance and we try to figure out the averages. So it's like if we know that we can, happen to get on a court and we can shoot and we can happen to make that shot, then we're going to go for it. But if we're looking at it and the odds seem to be against us, it's like, yeah, we'll just try it a different time. So by the time out of 4 years, by the time that fourth year come up, the guys that already went through development, they didn't worked out, they didn't found themselves or figure something about themselves out, they didn't got confidence, they look at themselves physically different than their freshman year. So they're like, all right, it don't matter what it is. I'm about to, just tell her what it is, lay it out on the table, see what happens, and give her my number. That's usually how it works. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Sam said, I think because I was much taller than a lot of guys in high school that they didn't want to talk to me with others knowing. So I just had, oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. It probably sort of like the Sierra type of thing. Like I said, Sierra as a woman was, always attractive, but you would have people during that time say stuff. And I would try to sit up there and tell guys, I'm like, yo, just because she's tall doesn't specifically mean that, right? Because even in the instances of my family, my grandmother was tall, right? She was what, about like 5'11", and maybe in her heyday she might have been about close to like 6 feet, right? And that was like one of the first tall women that I technically knew. Like when I saw my grandmother all the time, I was always looking up at her, right? So from there, I automatically, because of course I love my grandmother and everything like that, I never had a problem with women who were tall or taller than me or whatnot, whatever. I thought that was like, that was dope or whatever. But in my mind, I look at it in a sense is that, I always in a sense look at women or hold them to like a high, I guess you could say, esteemed or pedestalize them. So a woman that just has that natural height that just automatically, puts the woman where I, in a sense, see women. It's like if I look at the sun, that's the way I look at the sun. That's, in a sense, how I look at women, right? So I don't know. Maybe the way I explain it doesn't make sense, but it makes sense to me. But it's all positive, right? You said the only reason I liked him was because he was intelligent. He was the most intelligent man I ever met. But socially, I feel he has an issue with women. Like he is jealous of women. I mean, you could have that. You can have guys who are very intelligent, but they lack in areas of confidence in certain areas. Right. They can have the most brain power in the world, but then you got a woman that is taller, right? So he has to, in a sense, look up to her and all this other type of stuff versus it being the whole opposite where he's smart and he's tall and the woman is looking up to her and all. Like I said, you have a lot of guys that have issues and problems in a lot of areas. And it'd be like that. You said, Shem said, I think because I was so much taller, a lot of guys didn't want to talk to me and others knowing. So I just had a lot of guy friends that I gamed with and watched anime. Yep. I remember another girl but see, this is the thing though, with me though, I would always try to shoot my shot. I didn't care if I failed or not. I was like, I don't got nothing to lose. I'm like, what's the worst? Because like I said, going through high school and having people make fun of you, wearing like, as back in the day, floods, right? Or ankle biters, or wearing glasses and all this other type of stuff. Going through that, I'm like, I done made it through all that and survived. It's like if I sit up there and shoot my shot, I don't got nothing to lose. It's like what can really sit up there and happen? Is it going to be worse than what happened in high school? I doubt it. Probably not, right? Because nobody has an audience, directly out here like that. So, you just shoot your shot, see what happens. Todd said, "See, what's funny is people be thinking I'm short until they see me in real life. I mean, in my mind, I pretty much imagine that everybody's tall. Like I said, I tell people I'm 5'4". So I pretty much envision everybody to, be tall." C. Terry said, "Haha, I wish I can't reach anything." That's crazy. C. Terry, I swear for years, I kid you not. I'm like, I know. I set up and went through several pictures. I'm like, okay, so she's like, she's average. I know she is. I'm like, I done seen so many pictures. What is she's average? He's like, yeah. And then he was like, no, I'm 5'4". I'm like, dang, that's crazy. Sham said, "I'm tall and I still put on my heels. I don't care if they make me taller. My legs look good. LOL Seji dated a guy shorter than you, 5'2", and he always picked me up." That's what I'm saying. Like, short guys can sit up there and pick up tall women or women with weight. We can do that. Might just have to like leverage things a little bit differently. And then the other thing that I learned, especially from high school, picking up a girl that's bigger with weight, and especially if she's top heavy. Back during those days, a lot of girls didn't specifically know the correct bras or things to wear. So if you tried to pick her up, some things might shake out of place, and different things of that nature. So, you gotta try to, do things a little bit differently. Right. If you're playing around with people picking them up and giving them piggyback rides and, and all of that, because you don't want, things, falling out, Princess said, "That's what I was thinking, but I honestly don't know because it seems very masculine, just very insecure because he was so skinny and short. I feel bad for him, but I don't because he was." I mean, that's on him. That's a personal problem. He got to figure it out. New Era was like, "I am 6'3". The gods are in the building." Ty said, "I'm way skinnier than I was in school. Went from being 5'5", 385 to 5'11", 220. When I hit 20, it was a big jump." I got you. Yeah, Maddie got a point. Sham, they was like, maybe they were intimidated or had their puberty not kicked in yet. I mean, that's a good point. Princess said, "If you seen the Nutty Professor movie, I feel like I was a similar vibe, but he was skinny, not fat. He got muscles a year after meeting me." Okay, so he did work out. So he was just one of those guys that felt like a woman. He should be the one that weighs like the. I mean, okay. Like I said, that's on him. There's tons of women out there that will fit that that parameter. He should go seek that around. But like I said before, historically, and I always would bring this up, when you look at the old artwork that's in marble and stone of women, those women had weight. I'm not sure if people like actually look at art anymore, but the women that they pictured in those arts, like, they had stomachs. They had that. They had thighs and everything. It might not be, so much top heavy, but their weight was directly around their body. And those were the women that they idolized. Those were the women that they pedestalized. Those were the women that they made artwork of. So I'm a little bit confused on this whole thing of being, fixated on women who are just, skinny. And again, this ain't to, say anything bad about women who are naturally thin. It ain't. Because trust me, women who can sit up there and like run track, because I ran track, trust me. I love women who are either who have weight, who work out, who are in shape, who are, like I said, all over the board. It don't even, really matter. In a sense like that. But to other guys, it's a little bit different. Ty said, on a side note, Human Torch got buffed, Iron Man got nerfed, and Cloak and Dagger got a healing buff. Oh dear God. You know, the funniest thing is I haven't even played Marvel Rivals. I was gonna say whatever, but I haven't played it in a minute. But yeah, that's crazy. Iron Man got nerfed. That doesn't make his whatever. I'm not even gonna get into it. Princess said, laughing my butt off. Piggyback rides are the best. Yeah, piggyback. Yeah, those are classic. Those are classic. What is it? Yours said this is no longer America. Anything rather than nations came from the lack of plans and perishing values. Okay. Whatever you're talking about right now. Ty said, I bet he was one of those you ain't it, queen type of guys. He probably was. Sham said, I don't know, princess. He still seems like he may be in the closet because they get overly macho and obsessed with looks too. Princess said, funny enough, he's a historian and he knows about those stone statues of women with weight, but he told me to stop making excuses if I really loved him. Nah, that's crazy. Nah, that's crazy. Nah. That's some crazy work. Like I said before, like the type of person I am, like if somebody, like if it's a woman that has like weight and it's not in a sense impeding anything, it's like, all right, we're good. But if it deals with the fact that, hey, you want to sit up there and have kids and stuff like that, in my mind, I'm like, all right, let's work on a plan so that you can lose weight, so that you can get to the perfect weight that you want to get to, right? So then once you get to that perfect weight, you acknowledge and you know the responsibility that it takes in order to get there. All right, then, you can, have the kids, because then you understand what it takes to, in a sense, get there. So you know that if you want to do it again, you can actually do it, and that it's not just some type of impossible thing. But then on top of that, you don't have, in a sense, added weight on top of the weight that you already have, further, putting you into a mental spiral of, feeling, like undesirable or, not attractive, and, and all of those, other types of things. Like I said, I look at things a little bit differently. Like I try to put things into, reality, for all intents and purposes. Shem said, I don't know, princess. He still seems like he may be closeted. Okay. Wait, I read that one? Yeah, I read that one. Rabbit said, I don't mind short. Wait, I don't mind short. You don't mind short, but you prefer them to be taller, but they better don't have a low position bed that's difficult for certain bedroom positions. Oh man. The funniest thing is I knew I was waiting, because I'm like, this conversation's been going for a while. And I'm like, I'm shocked ain't nobody actually mentioned the elephant in the room yet. But I'm like, Rabbit basically beat it to the punch about, 30 to 40 minutes directly in. Hilarious. Ty said Iron Man's DPS got nerfed. Oh yeah, probably from the orb that he's able to shoot from his chest. Yeah. Ty says, Seiji, if you don't redeem that Frostpunk code, I'm gonna give it away. Oh snap! I ain't even know that's what it was. I got you. I can do that. I got you. Much appreciation, brother. Let me go right to that. That what's the name real quick. I think I can do it off my phone, right? Let me do that while I'm talking to y'all right now. I got you. This man clocking me right now. He's like, yo, Seth, you didn't redeem that code yet? Man, hold on, brother. I didn't even know it was there. It's like, give me a shot. give me a chance. Give me a chance. Wait, they don't got that listed up there? What's going on? Hold on, wait, let me see something. Let me see. Maybe if I go to chats, right? Don't tell me I gotta open up a separate app. Wow, they killing me out here. I gotta. All right, let me just open up Steam on. Hopefully, it doesn't crash the live stream. Let me see. GT said everybody don't have to be skinny as long as you're healthy and fit for your body. Right. Ty said doing a comp match. Be right back. No problem. Maddie said I get told. Oh, sorry. Steam popped up. Maddie said I get. Oh, it fully popped up. Jesus Christ. Come on, Steam. What y'all doing? Y'all really doing this to me right now. I'm trying to read Maddie's comment. Maddie said I get told I intimidate men, so I decided to embrace it. If they only knew, it's because I have no clue how to talk to guys. What do you mean you don't know how to talk to guys? Like, that don't make any sense. Like you're a woman. Like how do you not know how to talk to guys? Let me see. 1536. That's the counter. I probably won't do that. Let me just try to do this. We got Anna on Tropical Resort Story. I don't even know what that is, just to be honest. How do I go to the chat here? Matter of fact, I'll do it. Wait, do I got to double click? Okay, I got you. Yeah. And man, put that code. Shout out to Ty Money in the building. Sitting up there helping a brother out, giving me that frost punk out there. Much love, respect, and appreciation, brother. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me just redeem that code real quick before he sells that to somebody else. Maddie, how do you not know how to talk to guys? I'm confused. Like that's the one thing I never understood about women. How it is that you guys say that y'all don't know how to talk. I understand how guys are like, yo, this woman is like, yo, she's beautiful. She's this. I don't know really what to say, and that I get that. Being a guy, I get that. But for women, I'm like, y'all don't really even gotta say. Y'all barely even gotta do nothing. You just have to exist. Just being real, like you just have to sit up there and exist. So it's like I don't actually understand it. Let me see. Where do I go to redeem the code at? Do I got to go to the market? Let me see. Activity profile. I forgot how to redeem codes on Steam. Let me tell you. Point shop, discovery queue, wish list, stats. I will figure this out in a minute. I have it copy and pasted, but I'll figure it out in a minute. Because now my computer is trying to really rev up like something's going on, and it's not. But yeah, that's crazy, man. I don't know how to. You got to explain that to me, Maddie. Princess said I asked them to help me like go on walks and stuff and visit me more, but he couldn't meet me halfway. So yeah, that's crazy. And I've told people that before, especially women. If you got a guy out there and he's not really willing to meet you like halfway, it's not worth it. It's not worth you to try to overextend and put in more effort. It should be a symbiotic, type of thing. I'm not with that. It should be if you got two people coming together, 50 and 50 to make 100, then it should be the exact same thing. If a woman is able to meet you 50, you as a man should be able to meet her the exact same way. She shouldn't be doing more than you. Like that's just crazy to me. That's crazy. So like I said, you made the right choice, and I'm pretty sure you are happier because of it. GT said Benthic was a sign of health and fertility. Bars. Though a lot of history food wasn't easy to get, so let's have a thick woman was the ideal. That's why most fertility goddesses were crazy thick. Yeah, because they looking at you like, oh, you think you can sit up there and bear some bear a few kids, maybe even a village. We got you. Marry this woman right now. That's what it be. Ty said, I've been telling you for days. I probably wasn't paying attention. I'm just gonna be honest. I'll be all over the place. Princess said exactly, but now because of Kevin Samuels, they say the opposite, that skinny is fertile. Nah, skinny is not really fertile because a lot of skinny women need help from other women in order to, do certain things. And like I said, it's a variety of things there. Because women who have, weight, they have obviously more deposits of different vitamins and different things there that the baby and whatnot can pull directly from. Women who are thinner, yeah, they got to be, taking those pills. They got to take their vitamins. They got to take this. They got to take that to make sure that the baby and her are receiving the nutrients that, they need, because babies will take a lot of the nutrients from a woman's body because they need it. Maddie said, I don't have a type, but the people I have had a crush on tend to be tall and husky. Shoot. So I may have a type after all. Never mind. Yeah. See that, that's what happens. Once you get talking, you'll figure out that, you actually do got a type. Now you know what that type is. You said, I have zero riz. I once had a friend help me set up a date. What? But before the date happened, my friend became single. So they ended up hooking up. So damn, that's crazy. You said that guy was a friend of her boyfriend. It is crazy work. Nah, you Maddie, do you play video games? Like let me know. Do you play video games? Do you play video games? Are you into anime or anything like that? Because if you are, into any one of those categories, there are guys directly out there that would actually fit what it is you say you like, tall and what, husky. So the guys, they're tall and they got weight, right? They got probably a stomach or whatnot, whatever. There are guys directly in the anime and the gaming section that are directly there for you. Now I'm not really too sure about how they might bathe or deodorant. That's up to each person, but there are guys out there that fits those parameters. And just as awkward as you may be to ask somebody out on a date or try to hit them up, they too are awkward as well. So it's a match made in heaven. Match made in heaven. Sham said LL Seji. You know what? Yo, that's crazy. That's dab. Yo. The funniest thing is I've seen you online whenever it is that I'm talking to Ty and what was it, talking about like video games and stuff. I'm like, man, it's like, yo, I see Anna online all the time, but I'm like, she probably, be busy and stuff. I'm like, when is she gonna come around to the channel? And then you're like, yo, Seji, guess what? I'm Anna and I'm playing a casual game while I'm still sick, though I'm thinking of playing an RPG. When I sit up there and tell you that I am very bad at remembering two different names, I mean that in my very soul. Because I know I added a lot of y'all directly onto, like, let's say Steam and maybe PlayStation and whatnot or whatever, but y'all names be vastly different. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, these are obviously two separate people. So, Sham is directly right here talking, and then we got Anna just ignoring the channel. But actually, that's the secret identity, right? It's crazy. It is crazy. So shout out. So now we got like a Barbara Gordon / Batgirl thing basically happening here with Sham. Shout out to Sham. Both part of the stream and gaming, at the same time. Much respect. Much respect. Princess said back then if you were skinny, you would have a miscarriage and not carry the full term. Yeah. Because there's a lot of things happening there that are missing. What was it? Sham said that still goes for today. If you are too thin, much more difficult to get pregnant and more likely to miscarry. Not to mention more likely for the baby to have nutrition problems at birth. Yeah. D Money up there laughing, talking about facts. Pink says, Seji, are you going to play the new Assassin's Creed on the channel? If I happen to, let me see. I gotta check when Assassin's Creed is coming out. I actually gotta, because the funny thing about you mentioning that thing, I had, because I gotta go directly to the Microsoft Store. I saw it up there. Depending on when it comes out, I might not be there day one, but let me see. Games coming soon. It comes out on the 20th. When is the 20th? I actually cut my phone off by mistake. If somebody's actually writing a response right now, I can't actually see it because I am looking at my phone right now. Let me see. Let me look at the. Let me see. So what day is that? March 21st. Wow, March 21st is actually an International Day of Elimination of Racial Discrimination. I didn't even know that was a thing. What is the day that I'm looking for? What is the day? Okay, so that's a Friday. All right. So I'm depending. I may be able to play it. Probably either Friday or on the weekend. That's probably how that's gonna work. I don't know why I'm trying to move this and I'm on my controller. So yeah, I'll probably be on there. But yeah, I will do this is what I'll do, Pink. I will do my best to stream Assassin's Creed directly on the channel. Because I said I was going to do that with Mecha Break. I didn't do it. I said I was going to do that with Monster Hunter. I didn't do it. So I'm going to work on actually keeping my word and streaming games directly on the channel again to give you guys something else different to look at. And I'm going to, just so happen to do that because the other game that I'm actually interested in is Bleach, which is in a sense, a fighter. I don't know why I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the escape button by mistake. But that is going to be what we will do for the Assassin's Creed game. If I can actually just push that directly over. Then let me see. So yeah, that's going to be the plan, Pink. We're going to play that. Sham says, Seji, did you like Enshroud? I see you playing Monster Hunter most of the time. Yeah, I'm playing Monster Hunter a lot. I'm pretty much, if I'm not on that, it's Mecha Break, and if I'm not on there, which I haven't been on in a minute, then you'll probably see my profile on YouTube and just doing that. But yeah, I'll do that. Maddie said I don't play video games, and while I like Husky, I don't think I like the quote still living in his parents' basement type. No hating though. I don't care about money, but I like doing things outside. No. But see, this is the thing. Gamers, it varies. You'll have guys directly out here that may be quote unquote the mom's basement, type of deal. But you also have other guys that are gamers that they go out, in life. They touch grass, right? They, they work out and go to other engagements and different things like that. It varies. It just depends on the type of guy that you happen to meet that plays video games. Like I said, I'm just trying to list some stuff to try to help it, be easy. Because if you decide to go on what is the app that they got out here, like Tinder or Christian Mingle and Two Fish, Three Fish, I don't know what it is. Whatever dating apps that they got directly out here, I know it would probably be a little bit more, difficult, in a sense. But yeah. But like I said, all of us, because I'm a gamer, trust me, all of us do not live in mom's basement. Let me tell you. All of us not out there. Ty said he won't see it. This man ignores me. Oh, wait. What are you talking about? Let me see. He won't see it. No, I saw what you was talking about. Let me see. Ash said, Rabbit said, Seji, who is your fictional hear me out character? A character you need to justify your attraction to. Mine is I can't even pronounce it right now. I'm just gonna be real. Arachid from Arachnid, I think that is from Transformers. I knew she was a robot who hunts humans, but she was fun. Isn't that the one that turns into a spider? Or am I thinking about Beast Wars? I'm trying to figure out. I'm not sure. A hear me out character? I can't even give you one right now. It's like a Jeopardy question, actually. I probably have like 5, but I can't even give you like the anime or even like the name of the person right now. But it's like after the live stream, it's like everything will come, directly to me, which is crazy. Ty said Mass Effect. Yo, Flint City, what is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Welcome to the chat. Ty said autocorrect. No, I saw you said Mass Effect. I got you. Oh yeah, big. Well, that wouldn't even be a hear me out. Big Barda. I like Big Barda. That would be one. That would be one. It's funny how Ty was able to bring that up before. I wasn't. I was the one that got the question asked. That's crazy. But like I said, you guys know me so well. I've been here for years. Radio said, "Damn, that's the thing. Neither erase racism day. Yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing. That's crazy. That's what the 20th is. That is crazy. I think it was like the 20th or the 21st, and that's a World Day or something like that. Didn't know. Learn something new. We all just learned something new today. So shout out to Pink because two things just happened at the same time. It's crazy. Ty said, Sham said, what a lot of gamer men are homeowners and pretty attractive. I met a lot of them in MMOs. Hey, shout out to you for seeing the attractiveness in us gamers. Because like I said, we out there. A lot of guys, like I said, a lot of guys are gamers because it's less BS. You might hear the hollering or whatnot on the mic, but we're not out there in the streets, right? Because this is the main thing I like to tell a lot of women. You guys who play video games are not going to be, directly out here in the streets or getting into. All right, hold on, let me put my cat out. Now she acting. All right, cool. Let's go. Let's go. There you go. There you go, man. Now I got my other cat sitting directly at the door. Like I said. All right. So the main thing I like to tell women about gamers is the fact that a lot of guys who game, you're not going to see them, going directly to the bars, the strip clubs, hanging out 3-4 o'clock in the morning, doing, God knows what, and all this other type of stuff. Those guys are pretty much going to be homebodies at home. As soon as they come home from work, they're getting, directly on the game or, vice versa, cooking or watching it, something, right? But it's going to be something dealing with home. So where they are, pretty much all the time instead of trying to wonder. So, like I said, I like to, list that as a positive, in a sense. What was it? Maddie said, I'm not into anime either. I've been to a cosplay convention and it was super cool, but I wasn't dressed myself. See, that's dope though. So this is the thing I'll put it to you as. You may be able to find a guy that would be your type at a anime convention or cosplay. You may not be directly deep dived or into it, but for the most part, that as a woman, you decided to step out and go directly into that avenue. That shows a lot because a lot of other women out here to be like, I ain't doing that. They're like, what do I look like sitting up there, going to an anime convention? What do I look like being around a whole bunch of guys that play gamers and da 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 and all this other type of stuff? So, that shows a lot, and it also shows a potentiality for you to maybe grow into that just because you stepped out and you decided to, do it yourself. Ty said, I didn't stutter, Seji. You ignore us. I don't. I'll be sitting up there watching it, and you were playing Marvel earlier, and I have the code pasted, but I didn't know where to put it on Steam, so I didn't put it up yet. And then I cut off Steam so that my computer will stop revving up. What was it? Radio said, I didn't know that was a thing neither. Yeah. Sham said, I like anime. Quote, Amy, I'm a spider, so what? I think you should watch that, Seji. It's hilarious, and I like the fight scenes. Okay, I got you. One of the other animes that I got that I was watching, I forgot what the name of the anime. It was a long title in English. It was called I put all of my stats into defense. Oh my god, I forgot the name of it. I talked about it once before on the live stream. And I forgot the girl's name. I think her name was Maple. Her name was Maple. It was like this VR game her and a friend got directly into. Her friend uses daggers. So she's basically a quick assassin. And Maple is basically a full-on guard. She don't have nothing in strength. I don't even think she even has anything in the health, really. She put all of her attributes into defense. And because she put everything into defense, whatever she was fighting ended up basically dying because of the defense. Because I think maybe she has some reflect or whatever that was going on. So even the toughest monsters in the dungeons weren't able to specifically get through her defense. So she ended up getting like some godly type of cosmetics or armor or whatnot. I forgot it was like vampire or demon armor. And if you attacked her armor, you would automatically do significant amount of damage to yourself on top of being absorbed directly into the armor. And then from that, she would also gain the abilities of that boss. Like, it was crazy. And I love the anime. It was dope. I think they might have like a third or fourth season to it. I'm not sure. I didn't check. but I think I caught up to the 3rd season of it, where the different clans were getting together and all this other type of stuff, and they're in Maple's, or Maple, is it Leaf or Maple's like lodge, or whatever it is. Whatever, went on a tangent, but Radio said, I wonder how they plan on doing what they're doing, secretly deleting all the racist folks. I don't know. GT Howard said, the holiday no one knows about, but we all need. Yeah. Maddie said, I tried Tinder, but they all ask for my cup size and if I can send a pic to confirm it before they ask what I do for a living. I might just have been unlucky, or it might just be the guys in my area. That sounds completely like white guys. I'm just going to sit up there. So I'm going to put that directly out there on a limb. As soon as you said that, I'm like, yeah, those are white guys. I'm like, yeah. Because usually by picture, if guys have been around enough women, you can pretty much figure out what it is. Just eyeing, everything. You can pretty much get a rough guesstimate. But yeah. It's tough out here. D Money said, definitely guilty of cursing people out during gaming sessions. Yeah, that's true. Flint said facts. Let me see. Rabbit said, I was planning to get Sparkling Zero, but the sound designer of Punching Impact is so disappointing. When you punch somebody, it's like you're punching pillows. Doesn't get me hyped at all. I mean, I get that. But it's Dragon Ball Z. It's Dragon Ball Z. Maddie said, I guess I got to start gaming. That is bars. That is bars. Get directly to gaming. I'm pretty sure, because you probably spend money on fashion. But you may not, really, spend money on stuff. What would be, some people would sit up there and say PC, but you would, if you're actually being like honest about this, you're just getting into gaming. So I would say to get like your foot, or to just like put a toe directly into the water. I mean, you can technically start off on like a Switch, right? That's low effort, low budget. What is a Switch about? Like one something. Depending on if you want a Switch Lite or a normal Switch, might be about 2 to 3 something, depending on where you get the deal from. And they got a variety of games directly up there. You got a lot of women that do, happen to have a Switch and play Switch games. A lot of slow paced games, a lot of sim based games, and stuff like that. Dating sims and stuff like that. I mean, technically, I could say you could get a PS5 or an Xbox Series X. But then that would also depend on what type of games that you're interested in. Because I could say a computer, because computer has all in one, but the problem is, Lord have mercy, shout out to Dragon Ball Z. The problem is that you would have to worry about the upkeep. And because I know for a fact that you're not, really serious gamer in a sense at this moment, that would be a little bit of a, problematic type of deal. Because certain games that come out on PC, even if you have a great PC, the graphic capabilities may not be up to snuff when it deals with certain games. So yeah, anything from a Switch to a PS5 or Xbox Series X would do. Or I mean, technically you can go with a Series S. I mean, but that would also depend on what type of games that you would look for. Like I said, I felt like I would be very great at GameStop. I could actually help you out. I could point you in the right direction. Ty said it was BOFURI. Yeah, Ty, thank you. You're doing God's work right now. Because I swear to goodness, I think I have it bookmarked on my previous browser, but I forgot it. Yeah, I don't want to get hurt, so I max out my defense. That is the anime. That is the anime right there. Sham said, "Oh, I watched that. Her name was Maple. Yep, but she was an awesome player. She'd be getting God mode stuff. And I wanted that to actually be a game. The funniest thing is, anime wise, I have Sword Art Online. I have that as a game directly on my system. I just haven't maxed out, my main characters yet. But I do, like playing it and going through there from time to time and whatnot. So yeah, like I said, I got a variety of games. If at any point in time that some of you guys, happen to play these things, we can, happen to play. Like I said, me and Ty was sitting up there playing I was about to cuss real quick, but we was playing Mecha Break. Man, we were doing the God's work out there. Let me clearing fields. I had Ty out there, hit me up with the repairs real quick. I'm sitting up there just dishing out damage, missiles, and everything just flying across the field. Then you got the other instances where Ty would sit up there and go offensive and everything. I'm telling you, it's fun. But like I said, I think it was Ty. It was either you or Hack that was saying that we gotta, get like a team together on from the channel, to sit up there and play. Like I said, that'd be dope. I feel like that'd be, something to sit up there and stream and and whatnot. Sham said yes, and the devs are mad at her and try to nerf her as always. Yeah, Maple Street. Okay, it was Maple Street House. Yeah. Flint sitting up there rolling. Radio is like, yo, what is he talking about? Oh, y'all talking about like the cup size thing. Yeah. This man sitting up there like, yeah, I wonder what that is. Radio said, who asked that? And wow, definitely. Sam said, if I was here, if I was her, start on a PS5 or cheaper, start at a Switch and then play some MMOs, or you can play some co-op. Yeah, that's true. Let me say. That man Ty Silly, he was like, Maddie, next time they ask for your cup size, say it's enough to drink tea out of and see what their response is. That's crazy. Radio said that's like when you hear someone say, let me see. That's crazy. And most well, especially if depending on how they word it, yeah, you can tell who it is. Yeah. Sham said you can build a PC too to save money. Just buy your parts from a legit store. Otherwise, you can buy a dud. I always build my own PCs. But see, that's the thing though. Maddie is not really a gamer like that. And I know entry level, even building a PC entry level, it will be a daunting task for a lot of people because remember, you gotta, put Windows 10 directly on there. You gotta have the flash drive, you gotta flash the BIOS and all of that type of stuff and make sure everything is in working order. So, I'm just trying to, give her something that's, simple. All intents and purposes. Sham said I have Sword Art Online too, but I wanted to play Maple's game too. I like MMOs like one Maple plays. Yeah, let me tell you, if they had an MMO like Maple, where you could just like pick a class and you can decide to be that, that character or the class or what, I would do it. I would be playing that game. I really would. I know probably in Japan they got it because Japan got everything, but yeah, that's a hope and a wish, right? Hope and a wish. And just like that, we have made it to 3 hours and 52 minutes directly in this live stream. Let me tell you right now, we've been holding on dearly to about a good 60, in between the 60 to 50 range. Again, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and everybody that has been here at this moment in time. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out if Maddie is talking directly from the first channel or the secondary channel. Let me just try to see this real quick. Okay, what we got? Oh, we actually doing pretty good. So I want to say a shout out to everybody from the first channel. We got about a good 1,200 people that pulled directly up. Let me go directly to the other side of the bar. We got about a good, it's going to take a minute for me to get there. Viewer analytics, we got about, that's solid right there. We got about a good 3,000 people that pulled directly through to the live stream. So, like I said, shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all people that rode directly through here. Let me see if I can spot. Yeah, so I would say like Maddie needs to try to go out there and start gaming. That's that's where we want to put it as. But like I said, anybody else that is interested into let me see, what was she saying? Game put together my own furniture from IKEA. I don't think I can build a PC. At least you're honest. At least you are, directly honest. What was it? Ty said, low key, I might have to get back into Final Fantasy right now. Rabbit said, watching anime and playing adventure RPGs like Zelda or Pokemon is hard when you have friends who are needy, but also have concentration issues. It's the reason I usually watch anime and game alone. Damn, it's cold blooded. Sam said, yeah, I understand. Last time I had to do the same light coding on the BIOS to get it to work since I have 2 drives. Yeah, and some new people would find that overwhelming. Yeah. Yeah. But Sham, this is why I was sitting up to telling you, you could literally, teach, women and stuff on YouTube and stuff. Like I said, it could be faceless. It can even be voiceless. You can just use an AI, type of thing, have on some black gloves and just, show your hands typing on a computer and, pointing at certain things, putting stuff together. Like I said, it's content. You upload that to TikTok and, the stuff like that. Maddie said, oh, okay, yeah. Princess said, much love. I said, oh, yeah, Seiji, I don't know if I told you, my leg press went to 550. That's crazy. That is half a ton. That is incredible. Incredible. Bushido Brown, what is up? What is up? Said, what up, brother Seiji? Need some new games to play. Do you have any you can recommend? Final Fantasy role play and action games are my thing. Man, my games are a little bit all over the place right now and a little bit stagnant at the same time because I'm pretty much on Monster Hunter and Mecha Break. So those are the main 2 I got in circulation, but more so Monster Hunter. Lord, what could I actually give at this moment in time? I need to be able to actually see my screen. Where's OBS at? Because let me get that directly off the screen. Well, that's not gonna properly do what I wanted to do. I would have to do it like that. Let me see. I wouldn't even know technically what to realistically tell you. Because like right now, what you're looking at, oh, you can't even see it. My bad. This is gonna look very small. What do I got up here? I got Call of Duty, I got Stalker, I got Diablo. Outriders, I probably got to delete that because nobody plays that. But I mean, if anybody just starts Outrider, I can, help you through the story and whatnot. Path of Exiles, we got Remnant. We got Avowed. I still got to finish that. Elden Ring, I've been finished it. I haven't finished Warhammer yet. We got Marvel Rivals. We got Monster Hunter. We got Smite 1 and 2. I was going to say, what was it? We got Warframe. We got Wayfinder. Nobody plays Wayfinder. We got Dynasty Warriors Origins, Sword Art Online, One Piece, Mecha Break. I got different versions of Mecha Break up there because I didn't know which one was going to be, directly out. Paladins, which probably has a Ghost Town playing it, gigantic. I'm not even sure who's playing that. Against Smite 2, we got Power World. Grounded, I want to say this. Anybody who, technically wants to play a single / a multiplayer game where it's a large world sandbox type of deal, you could, if you have an Xbox or it's on PlayStation 2, I think, if I'm correct. So from PlayStation, Xbox to PC, I would say try out Grounded. Grounded is a pretty, standard issue game, and it can teach you the basics or the fundamentals of, let's say, an MMO or different things like that, where you progress and level up your items, your armor, and different things like that to, white to blue. Wait, what is it? I'm sorry, white to green to blue, purple, and then it will probably be like a yellow or whatever, or then the exotic color will probably be, like a purple or a high red or an orange or something like that. Very fun game. You can also play that with kids as well. You also got Towerborn. You got Torchlight. You got Raven's Watch, which is actually, pretty fun. Arcadegeddon. I've had that since pandemic. classic Virtual Fighter because I'm an old school, fighting fan there. Cult of the Lamb, another fun game. I actually streamed that before. Tetris, I streamed that one as well. 33 Immortals, which is supposed to come out later this year. Dynasty Warriors Abyss, which is not multiplayer, but I love Dynasty Warriors, so I had to get it. I got Marvel vs. Capcom Collections. Shout out to my friend Mia that I've known since 360 days, playing Soul Calibur and everything. She actually bought this directly for me, and I'm bad at Marvel vs. Capcom 2 right now. I'm not the same person that I was, back in the day. I got Tropico 5. I got Risk of Rain. That's another dope game as well. Lost in Random, which is dope. Dismantle, cool game. Idols Champion, I just downloaded that just because. Dead Cells, which is cool. Skull the Hero, which is dope. I got the Power Rangers fighting game, which is something I think me, K5, and Trills have played before at a point in time. I think even on stream, right? What else we got? We got Rogue Legacy 2. That was PC. Fragpunk, for a lot of people that don't know, that's a shooter that's coming out. And it should be out on, it should have been actually on Xbox out right now, but it's not. But you can actually play it right now on PC. I think I should have that downloaded. I just, haven't played it yet. The Land Beneath. I forgot why I downloaded that. I forgot. Plague Inc. That was a game that I actually streamed and both used in the background of a video talking about, some things going on with the United States. So yeah. And then we got Vampires, Bad North. I'm not sure what happened to that game. Into the Gungeon, again, Mecha Break, and something else. So yeah, I'm not even sure what direction even point you in, sir. Let me just be real. I was trying to figure out why the notification went off when I was looking at OBS. It was like Brand New World has struck. Shout out to Outlaw, aka Brand New World, for the $5 donut. Who's like, they call me in work. Oh, I know that brother's tired right now. He ain't getting no sleep. He was like, it sent a $2 donut. Was like, grounded the game my son betrayed me in. So basically, in the story of Grounded, what took place was that me and Brandon V. World were playing. His son was there. It was a giant backyard spider that showed up, and we needed help. And because I think we were trying to get his stuff back, and Brandon V. World was looking for his son. He was like, "All right, son, I need your help." He was like, "I can't help you, Dad. I'm going back to base." And he just completely abandoned his dad out there in the backyard wilderness and went back to base. And Brandon V. World ended up dying due to the fire, and responded back to base and just asking the son, like, "Yo, what happened?" He was like, "I told you I was going back to base." Yo, this is why I love kids. Yo, let me tell you, kids are hilarious, man. Kids are one of a kind. Like I was sitting up there telling him, I'm like, man, if I swear to goodness, like, if he had that recorded when that happened, that I swear to you, that would have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views somewhere online. Like, that is classic. That is classic, man. Oh my goodness. Well, much respect and appreciation, brother, for the I'm going to say the $7 dono. Much respect and appreciation for the $7 dono to the channel. Much love, much love. Because I was up here reading, so I know. Yeah, so Bashida, I'm pretty sure that everything that I went over did not help you out on figuring out what games to play. My apologies. But action games, things that got action directly in there. I mean, Diablo got some stuff. I mean, you got Diablo, even though this is technically a dead game, you got Outriders. Not sure if you got that or not. Path of Exile, Remnant. Avowed is all right. It's it's a nice game. I mean, it's free to play if you got an Xbox. That's a free to play game, download and whatnot. I would technically, I want to say Warframe as well, and that's another free to play game. I mean, technically, I would also list Power World as well too. I mean, it's Pokemon with guns. You know, even though Nintendo is still mad and trying to sue them, but yeah, it's Pokemon with guns. What we got? Sham says, Seiji, I told you my voice sounded like a mouse. It's little people think I'm a little kid. It's a lot of people think I'm a little kid who going to listen to me teach them how to build a PC. People will be like a 5-year-old. Hey, if people think that you 5 years old, them donations are coming directly, and it's like, yo, it is very cute that this kid is trying to teach grown adults how to build a PC. It's like, wow, I can't wait until this kid grows up in there and they really know about technology. I'm just saying, it can it can work out. It can work out. MCGT said, I have Cult of the Lamb in my cart. Might get it paid. Yeah. Cult of the Lamb is actually pretty fun. Like I got my whole village. It's been a minute. I might have to actually do a live and just like play it just because and just talk to you guys. Because I do have, of course, Cult of the Lamb. I got my whole little village. How many people I got directly up in there? It's been years since I've actually played it. Because the funniest thing is, let me tell you, once you start get rolling on Cult of the Lamb, the most funnest part and the part that is going to take up the most time is dealing with the amount of the whole of your cult. Because I think I got about like 15 or 20 people there, and I had to set up tents and multi beds. I had to set up water. I had to get a janitor. I had to set up different wells where people can like worship and give their energy and do all of the stuff. I had to deal with people dying, and then I had to reincarnate them and bring them back. And like I said, it's a whole thing. So I spent more time dealing with, my actual followers than actually dealing with bosses and going through the maps. It's crazy stuff, but it's dope though. It's pretty fun. GT said, I like Plague Inc. and Rebel Inc. I never tried out Rebel Inc. I'll sit up there and check that out. Plague Inc. is dope though. It is pretty dope. Teach you a lot about viruses and different stuff like that and all that good stuff. Sam said, LMAO, he still needs to learn loyalty. That's all. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Bushido said, thanks for the recommendations. I heard about Dead Cells and Dead Cells is dope. I've been playing Dead Cells for years. I love that game. And also games in like the rogue-like, genre. So if you were on my Steam and you happen to see Steam, I got a whole bunch of like roguelite, roguelite and roguelike games directly up there. Dope stuff. Always interested in being able to make, new builds and, when they add different stuff in there. So, So yeah, I'm happy that, everything that I stated, something, was able to, stick directly out. Ty says, Seiji, I need you to get SCP 5K. Tell Brandon V World to get it too. We need to play it. Okay, write that to me on Steam so I can make sure to search that out. I think I heard of SCP. I think that's like the whole storyline of a different universe where you got this invincible type of thing directly out there that can morph and transform into like different stuff and whatnot. It's almost like some Lovecraftian, type of, thing or whatnot. But yeah, I got you. I can sit up there and check that out. But yes, that is pretty much it. I think we did pretty good here, guys. We made it to the nice 4-hour mark without sweating, not feeling bad, not feeling tired. I'm barely feeling hungry at this moment in time, even though I got some mozzarella sticks with my name on it downstairs. But yeah, you guys are free. Shout out to everybody that came through, was a part of the conversation. This was pretty fun. It was pretty fun, just like it is, every single day, just like it is. And we didn't even really have a lot of trolls in here. It was just us, just talking, So again, love you guys a lot. Thank you guys for everything that you do. Shout out to you guys, pulling up directly to the scene. And again, to anybody that's still listening, don't be too surprised and or shocked if you just so happen to see me at a point in time, just pull up a live stream and I'm just, playing. It might be Pokemon Unite. You might see a double screen directly up there, and it's Pokemon Unite, and that's just what I'm doing. I might just try it out for like an hour just to see what's going on, whatnot, whatever. So Ty said, "Go redeem that code." I gotta trust me. I'm going to redeem the code. I just gotta remember where to insert the in the redeem. Sham said, "Yes, eat well, guys, and have a fun day." Bars. Radio said, "Another banger." That is straight facts. Go Bars. 24 karat. So again, love you guys. You guys are free. Have a great day. Go order some Uber Eats. Get your feng shui directly in order. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday at this 5:24 p.m. or I guess it might be a little bit different, 3 hours behind or some hours ahead. And play some games or whatnot. Also, thank you for anybody who subscribed directly to any one of the channels, and also by way of donation, anything from Patreon and through the chat as well. Wouldn't be able to do the things that I do without people like you. So have a great day, and I'll see you guys on the next live stream. Peace out.